Alrighty, I think the stream is live. Let me just double check. Alrighty, I think. Oh, it is. Well, hello everybody. This is ZZ1000ZZ, and today I am continuing my no gun run of Parasite Eve. Yesterday I did get quite angry about some game overs, and I wound up rage quitting. Today we will hopefully avoid that fate. Alright, I should bring up my floor counter real quick. Uh, I do think I might go. Well, we're level 31, but we have free raise, which is the most important spell for us. The question is, do we want to level up some more or go back to the Chrysler building? And I think we want to go back to the Chrysler building. I am unhappy with the fact I got my butt kicked, and I'd like to get revenge. By the way, the counter does show floor 20. We made it all the way to floor 30 on our last run, and then I died and got very mad. Actually, we got to floor 26. I died, got mad, went back, died on floor, or got to floor 30, died again, got really mad at how long I had, how much time I wasted with that death, and then I quit. For the record, the only reason I died is there are mimic enemies that you can find in chests, and they kicked my butt. They are massively more. Wait, massively strong? More strong? Can you say massively more strong? I think you can. Anyway, they are far, far, far stronger than the other enemies you will find in the Chrysler building, at least until you get to the very high floors. So dying to them on like floors, what was it? The first one I died to was on floor 11. Then it was on. Oh, that's right. I can't actually. I hate that. I can't just give him the cards. I have to actually use them on an item. Uh, these rare cards, as you collect them, will go into his collection. Once you get, I believe it's 10, you get a toolkit, which gives you infinite tools. And then once you get 12, I believe, you'll get the super toolkit, which gives you infinite super tools. No, we don't want to use or get another workup because we want to keep burning through our cards to get rid of them in our or get rid of them from our inventory. But anyway, mimics were hitting me for 200 to like 400 damage a hit, which is pretty crazy given all the non-boss enemies on those floors were hitting us for I think like 50 damage at most. A lot of them were dealing 0 damage. So to go from enemies, hitting you for 0 damage to enemies hitting you for upwards of 400 damage is kind of insane. Also, yes, I am grabbing the medicine twos even though I don't want them. My plan, quite frankly, is to just discard them. We might even have medicine one. Okay. Do I have any equipment to dump? No. Alright, so we should be ready to go. The good news is, because we've died on floor 26 and 30, we now know where the 2 mimics on these 10 floors are. So, we know we can just skip the treasure chests on those 2 floors. And then if we want, we can always beat the boss on floor 30, get the key to use the elevator, and then go back to those floors. Also, I'll be honest, today I am probably going to be pretty liberal with my use of the emulator speed up function. I normally try not to use any emulation tools because I try to be kind of a purist. But to be frank, I just don't care after how bold those game overs were. But yeah, what really, really set me off was the fact that floor 30 was the boss floor. So dying on that meant we had gone from floor 21 to floor 30, and we're ready to fight a boss, and then I died to a mimic, so all that progress was lost. Also, I did look up the details on how well, not item, what would you call it? How loot tables work on the Chrysler building floors. And it is variable, as in it changes on each playthrough, but I believe it is set when you start the game. Not It might be set when you first beat the game on regular mode before you go into EX mode, but it might even be set when you first start the new game in regular mode. Not sure off the top of my head. Actually, I don't think anyone's tested. But the point is, there's no real way to like re-roll for good RNG on which as to which floors have which items. Also, it does look like the number of mimics you fight increases with every 10 floors you go. So on floor 0, well, I guess 1 to 10, there are no mimics. From floors 11 to 20, there's 1. And then from floors 21 to 30, there are 2. 31 to 40, there are 3. So yeah, we're going to be fighting a lot of mimics as we go up. I do think we'll be able to handle the later ones pretty well, because I think after we do floor 30, I'll go ahead and do the museum. Or at least part of it, to try to level up. To be honest, I might just go to, I think it's level 33, where we get the Liberate spell. Because once we have that, anytime we see a mimic, we can just cast Liberate and it will instantly die. Also, we're stealing a ton of items here that I don't care about. One small drawback of the club we are using is it will steal items and force us to come back into our inventory to dump stuff all the time. The only good news is, yeah, we already have 5 status curing items that we don't care about. Anyway, the only good news is we don't need to worry about that except for when we find treasure rooms, because no enemies on this floor have any loot we care about stealing. So I'll just let my inventory fill up during battles from the steals, and then we'll dump that, or however many we need to loot chests, and that'll be that. Once we get past this floor and get to like floors, well, not this floor, this set of floors, get to floor 31 and up, I don't know. We might want to start dumping items more aggressively. It'll just depend on what items the enemies have. Alright, so we pick up a tool. Another rare card for Wayne. Is it just those 2 items? No, there was another chest. Okay, another tool. By the way, do we have any bonus points? Oh yeah, we have a ton. Okay. Now, in my last video, I sunk a couple points into our active time stat, and despite getting it to either 29 or 30, we only wound up with 28 items left. So apparently at some point, the active time stat stops translating 1-to-1 with your inventory space. And at some point, I'd love to work out the exact details. But for now, we're just going to use our bonus points to buff our damage. By the way, I haven't started using the emulator speed up function yet, but I probably will. Just fair warning. Also, I did review all of the maps that are possible in the Chrysler building, and I only glanced over them briefly, so I didn't like memorize anything. But there are some interesting patterns and commonalities you can definitely pick up on. So, with some work, you could probably navigate the Chrysler building a lot faster than most people think. We've already demonstrated in yesterday's stream and the stream before that, that if you follow the right-hand rule, it will tend to be very effective. Right-hand rule is very simple. You just take your right hand, put it on the wall to the right of you, and walk ahead. Follow whatever direction the wall takes you, and you will almost always find the way out of the maze you are in. Now, no, I did say almost always. Yesterday, we did discover an exception to the rule, where we found out that what was that? Yeah, the entrance of the floor we were on is what is called an island, which is the walls of all the, well, any wall you take, so left or right from the entrance, will loop back to itself without intersecting with every other wall in there. The idea behind it is very simple. Effectively, if you follow a wall and that wall is the outer edge, is connected to the outer edge of a maze, then you will inevitably find the entrance and exit as long as they are both on the outer edge of the maze. Reason being, if the wall is continuous throughout the whole maze and everything touches, then you can just follow. Sorry, I got distracted by fighting. But if everything touches, then simply following any path through all of the walls will eventually get you everywhere. The time it doesn't work is if there are parts of the maze that are not connected to the outer wall in any way, hence the term island. And even that normally doesn't matter because normally the entrance and exit of a maze have to be on the outer walls just because, how else would you get into the maze? What's different about the maps in the Chrysler building is entrances and exits can be in anywhere. Since they are stairs, the stairs up can be, on any grid tile. So as far as I've seen, there's only one map layout where the right-hand rule doesn't work at all. And I did see a couple maps where I think the right-hand rule is less efficient than the left-hand rule. And then there are a bunch of maps where you could do better than the right-hand rule, but it would require a lot more knowledge and, active thought. Ow! Also, fun fact, these snakes are worth 8 bonus points apiece, and each time they hit you, you lose 2 of those bonus points. So for the snake, you actually have to be hit 4 times to not get... To not get any bonus points. 1 second. Automod did not catch this spam bot. 1 second, let me ban them. Alright. Yeah, sorry, lately Automod has been doing a pretty good job of catching spam bots for me, but this time it failed. Anyway, back to the game. Yeah, that is one small drawback to streaming college friends instead of playing them offline, but When I stream, I feel more comfortable talking out loud, even if I am talking to myself, which I could do, offline. And then, of course, sometimes people will stop in. We get to have conversations or educate them, share knowledge I have, or sometimes the other way, they educate me. A big thing, though, is if I'm streaming, I can't just, decide, I don't feel like doing this, and then stop a challenge run midway through, and then, go play some other game instead. I mean, technically I could, but that I would feel a lot weirder doing it, because, then people would know, or at least be able to know. Oh, also, enemies on these sets of floors give, 20 to 25 experience apiece. So with us needing, close to 20,000 experience to level, it would take an eternity to level up fighting enemies on this floor. Well, this set of floors, since there are 10. Alright. We don't care about medicine 2. Bullet cap, not really useful, but we'll take it. We can't really do anything with the bullet cap until we find another weapon, though. Obviously, a club cannot be upgraded with a bullet cap upgrade. Ooh, a super tool. Just to be safe, I am going to pitch one item and then pick this up. Reason being, that will mean there is a chest that is clearly open. So if by chance we ever come back to this room, we'll be able to just quickly see, oh yeah, I've been to this one before. Now the question is, are we at a dead end, or will the stairs be this way? I think it's actually the stairs, and if so, this is a great layout for us. Wow, yeah, that was actually amazing for us. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So we've done 2 floors in what, 10, 15 minutes, something like that? That's actually surprisingly good progress. To be fair, we kind of high rolled those 2 floors. They were way simpler than some of the floors can be. That said, the right-hand rule is doing a lot of the work for us. Okay, I'm glad I didn't attack and I moved. Wound up avoiding 2 attacks that way. I mean, avoiding 2 attacks just means we get +4 bonus points. But hey. Also, I do think it's interesting that enemies can sometimes spawn with an item to steal and other times they don't. I used to think that, it was just they had an item or they didn't for all instances of that enemy. And it was just, RNG of whether or not you successfully stole. But no, some enemies genuinely spawn without items in their inventory. I probably also should have healed again, but... Oh, I did also look up speedruns of Parasite Eve and read over them. Picked up a couple interesting notes. So, I didn't realize you can skip the battle right before the alligator boss in the Carnegie sewers. Yeah, I had no idea. There's another fight you can skip. I don't remember which one it was, but it really surprised me. But yeah, so apparently there are a couple fights that you can just bypass, and I had no idea. So that was cool to discover. I think I knew there of one back in Central Park where you could do it. But other than that, to be honest, the speed run looks like it would kind of suck. You, I think the best times were slightly under 3 minutes, or under 3 minutes, dear God, slightly under 3 hours. And wait, we're on the island map, aren't we? Yeah, I think we are. Anyway, I think the fastest speed runs were a little under 3 hours, and large chunks of that time was spent on just maxing the X button or whatever button you use to advance dialogue because of how long cutscenes take. Like, I think it's something like 30 minutes of dialogue that you have to skip through in a 3 hour run, or like some crazy ratio like that. So, yeah, I don't know if I'd want to do any sort of speed run of Parasite Eve. That said, the strategizing part of like what items would be good and things like that, I do think is really interesting. Which, once again, brings me back to the idea that I do think it could be interesting to speedrun the Chrysler building. Of course, by interesting, I mean crazy and nightmarishly unpleasant, but interesting despite that. But yeah, realizing just how predictable the floor layouts of the Chrysler building are if you work at it gave me some confidence for the idea of speedrunning it. That and the way item distribution works in here does too. Wait, we didn't find the storage room, did we? Like we found the stairs, but I think I have to backtrack to look for items. But yeah, a big question I have to look into is when is the seed set for the item distribution of the Chrysler building? If it's set before the first time you enter the Chrysler building, then that would mean to re-roll the RNG, you would have to like replay the game. Either start an entire new game plus mode or potentially start an entirely new game. And that would be super time consuming. Wait, did we find the item? Please don't tell me we did. I don't think so. I'll admit I'm turned around now. You know, I don't even think we care about the items on this floor. Normally I wouldn't say that, but we have done these sets of floors before and we're redoing them because the game over, so I've seen what the item drops are. Huh. By the way, if I wasn't using the emulator speed up function, I would just say, oh well, and not worry about the item room. But hey, I've already done this legit like twice yesterday and got game over, so stupid mimic. Still can't get over how crazy they are as enemies in the Chrysler building. Alright. Let's see if any of the items in here are worth the hassle I went through to get them. Ah, another super tool, that's decent. Yeah, we don't need medicine too. Critical hit evasion, that's useful. And a gun that I don't really care about, but at least lets me use the bullet cap upgrade I found. Okay, that's fine. Alright. So yeah, we didn't really need to go through the hassle of coming back here. That was kind of a waste of time, but oh well. I know I do not want medicine too. Let's actually heal up. Yeah, I could have healed more, but it's fine. Okay. Yeah, I should have known going up there was stupid. I know where the stairs are. Well, I did, and they were not past the the storage room. Mhm. I don't think we're getting bonus points from this fight, but maybe we will. I'm still not 100% sure how bonus points work. I know when you get hit by an enemy, it lowers the amount that they will give you. I think the tally is by the battle, though, not by the individual enemy. So if a snake is worth 8 bonus points and I kill it without it hitting me at all, I'm not guaranteed to get 8 because another enemy in the fight might hit me and take away bonus points. I am pretty sure that's how it works, but I'm not 100%. Oh, wait. Wait, don't tell me. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. This is one floor layout where the right-hand rule actually punishes you. See how we would ideally go north from the stairs and then make a left and go just a couple screens that would get us to the storage room? In this case, if we had used the left-hand rule, where instead of putting our right hand on the wall and following that, we put the left hand on the wall and followed that, we would have actually gotten to the... Well, we would have cleared the dungeon a lot faster, or I don't know what I'm saying. We would have gotten to the item room and then from there to the stairs a lot faster. But, oh well. Good to know. Right. So that's a couple hits. By the way, I did see one enemy in the Chrysler building. I don't remember which one it was. But it gives 20 bonus points for killing it, but takes away 12 every time it hits you. So it actually takes away like more than half the bonus points you can earn. And I bring that up because that is incredibly rare. Usually enemies take 2 or more hits to break parity. That enemy is one of the few I've seen where 2 hits means you lose even more than their listed value. The distinction doesn't matter a lot, but it does mean like if you had a fight with 3 enemies and that one was one of them, that one enemy could just rip all the bonus points from itself and the other enemies you killed very easily. But yeah, again, I would have definitely skipped that floor if I didn't feel justified in using the speed up function right now. Okay, so yeah, we want to keep going north. Yeah, I only went back to the item room because I wanted to explore the layout and learn more. I knew that it didn't have any items I cared a whole lot about, so... Yeah, I think that would be, or something I do want to try, even if I'm not gonna like speed run the Chrysler building, is just see how long does it actually take to do the Chrysler building if you're using a gun. Obviously, with me using clubs, it takes a lot longer, especially since I died. Oh, I honestly thought it would die in one hit. Okay. Yeah, I think at some point I'll try looking up another person's run of the Chrysler building and just see how long does it take other people to get through it. Especially if you take the time to like grind a ton and get your stats super high, get like really strong weapons and whatnot. Okay, yeah, we have a lot of. Hmm, yeah. Now, with this being a shotgun, it is the one we're going to keep. Burst is really good, though, to be honest, I don't think we'll ever care. But that does clear up 2 item slots since you got rid of the gun we moved stats from, and we used up a tool. So, yay for that. Ooh. I was so happy that we dodged the web, and then I just immediately get hit by a melee attack. So glad I didn't say anything about dodging. Alright. I guess I should use magic to heal, but we are over 500 HP. I think that is plenty. By the way, I did look up what bosses you fight in the Chrysler building, and the next boss is going to be the centipede boss from the sewers. Or not the sewers, the subway, which came right after the sewers. And it should be interesting to see how that one goes, because that boss definitely gave us trouble in some of our runs. Yeah, we don't get bonus points from that fight, I think. After that, the floor 40 boss is the Triceratops, which you fight in the museum. Then floor 56. Wait, is that right? No, I don't think that is 40. So now I'm unsure. I think I'm forgetting one of the bosses. I know the final boss on floor 77 is unique, obviously. And then the boss on floor 70 is the Queen Bee fight, which I'm not looking forward to. Floor 60 should be the cockroach fight, which I genuinely do not know how we're going to do. It'll be interesting when we get there. Floor 30 should be the centipede. Wait. 77 final boss, 70 queens, 60 cockroach. Yeah, 30 centipede leaves 2 bosses, 40 and 50. And only one of them is the Triceratops. So yeah, I'm forgetting one of the 2 bosses. Weird. Alright. But yeah, after I finish this no club run and take down the whole Chrysler building, assuming I can, I don't want to jump the gun. Sorry, that just, as soon as I said it, I realized, like, oh, wait, that's a weird thing to say in this challenge. But, assuming I can't beat the Chrysler building, I do think I want to play Parasite Eve, quote unquote, normally. one time just so I can bully all the enemies who gave me a hard time in this run. Like, just do one regular playthrough where I just kill everything with guns and laugh at how easy it is compared to how hard this challenge run has been at times. That vine attack is still one of the attacks that I've not been able to figure out how to dodge. Alright. That's the dead end. Okay. Ugh. I just realized I'm actually sweating a little. I'm not used to that. My room is a bit warmer than I'm used to. Wait. Did we find the item room on this floor? I think we did. I hope so. If not, oh well. Real quick, I'm just gonna pour a soda. Made sure to grab a cold drink. Yeah, I couldn't find Cherry Coke Zero today, and I'm so sad about it. But I did find Coke Zero, so it's something. And it was in a bottle, so price-wise, it is a bit better. Okay, I can't get the lid open. Sorry. What? Uh, anyway, 2-liter bottles, for whatever reason, seem to be way more cost efficient than like 20-ounce or 16-ounce bottles. And, well, those are just like the least efficient I've ever seen in terms of pricing. I don't think I would ever get small bottles of soda. Like a 20-ounce, especially if you're getting from a gas station. Oh, God. I saw people buying 20-ounce bottles of Coke, Pepsi, whatever, for nearly $3. And I just looked at them like, okay, I mean, I used to work at a gas station, by the way. So every time I did, though, I would look at them like, okay, I'll sell this to you, but dear God, why? Also, not gonna lie, but I do kind of miss working at that gas station. Gave me a lot of opportunity to talk. It's weird. I'm not an extrovert, so I'm not like outgoing. I can sit still, well, not still, but sit quietly for hours on end and feel perfectly comfortable. And yet, I actually like to talk a lot. And no, I don't mean just to myself. I actually prefer to have dialogue. I guess the big thing for me is I like having, a one-on-one conversation. I enjoy, sometimes with like up to 3 or 4 people. But once you start getting crowds to like 5 or more people, I mostly just don't get involved. I'll like be there and talk when something, is either directed my way or somebody says something that jumps out at me. But otherwise, I just kind of fade into the background. And we don't need to heal because we're already pretty high. Now, one thing I did learn when researching the speedrun, saying researching the speedrun makes it sound a lot more than it was. All I did was I found speedrun notes. Like, somebody made notes for all the things to do in the speedrun, so I read through it. I didn't even watch a run. But anyway, One interesting thing I learned about that is if you ever end a battle with exactly 0 bullets in your gun will automatically reload without any animation. Often, if I'm using guns, I will reload my guns out of battle. That way I don't have to take time during battle to reload. I don't know if I ever realized that you can avoid the necessity of that and avoid having to reload in battle by simply firing all of your shots in battle. Of course, realistically, it's hard to exactly fire the number of bullets in your gun, since, enemy health will determine a lot of that. But it is a cool little thing to know. I always enjoy learning. Ooh, new gun. What is this? What is that effect? Oh, critical percentage increase. I am very curious how good that actually is. We have it on our current club, and I genuinely have no idea how much of an impact it has. It could be that it doesn't even work, like there's some bug and it does nothing, and I wouldn't know how to tell. Ooh, defense +3. Now that we definitely like. Alright. I've talked about this before, but just as a reminder, in case someone didn't know, the reason you'll almost always see me have two armors in my inventory is there's a cool trick where you can avoid a problem by switching between armors. And that problem is as battles go on, your parasite energy regeneration rate, or to make it shorter, mana regeneration rate, decreases. So the number of spells you can cast will go down as the battle goes on. You can reset the regeneration rate, though, by switching between two armors. Another way to do it is to die and come back to life, so obviously that's a much more difficult thing to pull off. And it is also why the pre-raise ability we got is so good. With pre-raise, you can use this, die, come back to life. Your mana regeneration will have been reset to full. So then when it regens a bit more, you can cast pre-raise and, hey, cool, repeat the cycle. The drawback, of course, is you do have to survive long enough to cast pre-raise a second time. So it's not like true immortality, because it is quite easy to die to strong enemies before you can cast pre-raise a second time, but when it does work, it is stupidly OP. But anyway, that's the reason I always try to keep two armors on me, is so I can swap between them to reset the mana regen rate. By the way, it is much more important than it might seem. If a battle goes on long enough, the regen on your mana diminishes an insane amount, to the point where eventually it might as well be 0. You can go like 3 minutes of combat without gaining enough parasite energy to cast anything. And, off the top of my head, I don't remember if it's just the amount of time that passes in combat, or if it's tied to how much magic you use, or maybe it's even tied in part to how many times you get hit. I feel like there's some factor that influences the regen rate, and I don't think it's just raw time. The reason I mention that is if it were raw game time, then the longer you went before casting a spell, the worse it would be. Because say like the regen rate goes down by whatever percent every 30 seconds. Well, if I go 2 minutes before casting a spell, well, I just got screwed because the regen rate went down a ton. I would have been much better off casting the spell right at the start of combat. And I don't think that's how it works. I think it's based just on how much mana you regenerate. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Alright. Now this map layout's a bit odd. So, I'm not sure if we're going to run into the storage room or not. Funny thing is, I would be perfectly fine if the stairs are this way and we never find the item room. But it might be right here. I can't remember. Because this layout does seem familiar. Okay, no, it's not the one I was thinking of, where it was storage room and then stairs. Or maybe it is. Anyway. We don't want to go through that storage room because one of the chests in there will have a monster. Okay, no. I was right. It wasn't storage room stairs. It's just storage room dead end. Anyway, one of the chests in there has a mimic. We know this because yesterday we died on floor 26 to that very mimic. And then we went back, got revenge, killed it, and then we ran into another mimic on floor 30 and died to that one. So what I think we'll do is we will beat the floor 30 boss, get the key that lets us take the elevator to any floor up to 30, leave, save the game, then come back to the dungeon, go to floor 26 and floor 30 to kill the mimics on those ones just to get revenge, because I'm petty. And they also have items in there. The chest on floor 20, or the room on floor 26, I think has a chest with a regular tool in it. While the one on floor 30, I think actually has an armor that I want in it. I don't remember which one, but... Well, I want every armor in the game. Because I can, like worst case scenario, I just take the stats from them and move them over. But I think the armor on floor 30 actually has a useful property on it that we want to grab. Could be wrong about that. If it's not the one on floor 30, then it's going to be on 27, 28, or 29. The reason I remember this is I remember using a super tool to move one of the properties over. Oh! Hey, Dark Mages. Yeah, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is kind of a black sheep of the franchise. I still don't know how I feel about it. I'm not a big fan of there only being one party member. I mean, well, two, I guess. One party member other than the protagonist, and them swapping out so, like, you can never build a party. Whenever I played it, I was always like, man, I wish I could have at least like 3 people in my party. I'm trying to remember when I last played it with it not being a randomizer. Part of my problem is I played Mystic Quest on Archipelago a few times. And so my memory of the game is kind of shaped by that more than the base game. You know, I think you're right about that, but I'm not 100% sure. I do think you are right, though. But then it also, I think a big part for me is I hate those, what are they, like encounter spots? Where as you're walking the world map, you find a bunch of spots where it's like, oh yeah, if you want, you can find a random encounter here. Like, oh cool, I'm glad I can skip it. And it's like, oh, but see, if you fight 10 random encounters, we'll give you this little prize. I'm like, but I don't want to fight 10 random encounters, but also some of these prizes might be good. I don't want to pass them up. And in Archipelago with the randomizer, you can actually have those, like the prize for beating 10 random encounters, be an AP check that is relevant to other people's worlds. Or at least I think you can. But then my memory is a bit hazy, so I don't want to say anything with too much certainty. Oh my god, I should have been able to dodge. Like, I can't. I was gonna say I should have been able to dodge that, but realistically, it wasn't that I should have been able to dodge it. I just literally walked right into the enemy. Into like 3 enemies, actually. But yeah, and then the magic system in Mystic Quest was kind of weird. One's this. 99 in Mystic Quest? Is it even possible? I wonder if, like, that's actually something you can do, or maybe the level cap is only 50 or something. If it is possible, I can't imagine how long it would take. I know grinding to 99 in Parasite Eve takes forever. I was going to do it one time, and then I looked at the experience charts for how much it would take, and I was like, yeah, never mind. The worst thing is getting to level 38 is very difficult, but if you do get to level 38, getting from there to 99 is actually really easy. For whatever reason, the devs of Parasite Eve basically made it so you have to get about 75% of the experience it would take to get to level 99 just to reach level 38. And then you only have to get like the last 25% to get to level 99. So strange. Ooh. Immunity to darkness could be nice. Or resistance, I guess. Alright. Offense +1. And then let's see what the stats on that armor are like. A bit more magic defense, 1 more point in critical hit evasion. So, huh. I just realized I never moved auto heal over to this armor that I'm using. That might be a problem. So I guess the question is, do we want to give up 3 physical defense for 9 magic defense and a bit of darkness resistance? To be honest, I think I do. Yeah. 3 physical defense for 9 magic defense doesn't sound too bad. I mean, it actually sounds great. The main reason I'm hesitant is right now most of the enemies I'm fighting do physical damage only. I'm running into very little magic damage as far as I can tell. But yeah, I do wonder if level 99 is even possible in Mystic Quest. I never thought about it before. But I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out the level cap is only like 50 or something. A lot of video games, at least older ones, set the level cap below level 99. And then some set the level cap at like 99 or whatever, and then you can't reach it. I remember Dragon Age 2, well, 1 and 2, had a level cap of 50, but you can't get over like level 35 or so without using some sort of exploit for infinite experience. Dragon Age 2, and I think 1 might have been the same one, was actually really weird because the formula for your chance to hit and even I think the damage you deal has a level factor in it that actually makes it worse to level up after a certain point. Because like basically you have I think it was called your attack stat, which was kind of what determines your chance to hit. And the enemy defense stat would go up every time they level up, and the amount your attack stat would go up would be by a smaller margin. And normally you make up for that by like skills, but by the time you get to like level 30 or so, you've run out of skills that you care about. So the enemy defense would go up, your attack wouldn't go up by as much, and you would wind up actually hitting less and dealing a little less damage for leveling up. Ah, 41. Interesting. I wonder if maybe it's just like because of the formula they used. I could imagine it was something where like they have a formula for how much experience it takes to level up. And it grows with every level. And then at a certain point they just ran out of memory. Like whatever the number would be to reach the next level is too large for the game to handle. They're like, well, we can't handle that much experience, so we'll just cap it here. Yeah, that's the only thing that comes to mind. Also, we are at floor 28 now. Ow. I'm curious how strong the enemies will be once we get to floor 31. And if I'll need to go back to the main game and at least hit like level 33. I still can't remember if it is 33 where you get the last magic spell in this game. Liberate. It would be 32, 33, or 34. I don't remember which. Right. Now, there are no mimics on this floor or on floor 29, but we do have to be careful and not open chests on floor 30. Range +2. Okay, we'll take that. Range +4. Okay, we'll take that. And it's not really useful since we're not using guns, but oh man. Imagine if you could actually use range boost on clubs in this game. It obviously wouldn't make any sense, but imagine like you found so many items that you gave a club like +50 range, and then it could hit as far away as like a pistol would. That would be so funny. You like swing your club and an enemy 10 feet from you gets hit, and they're like, wait, how does that work? Alright. Floor 29. So if I'm not mistaken, it's going to have taken us about an hour to do floors 21 through 30 with a club. The enemies are weak enough, I don't think using a club part slows us down too much. But I'm wondering how long it would actually take to like do the Chrysler building if you were speedrunning it. Assuming this is at least somewhat representative, you could probably do the whole Chrysler building in about 7 hours, maybe less. I think that's a fine amount of time for a speedrun. I can think of plenty of games where the speedrunners play for 7 hours or more. Like Chrono Cross. Though a really good speedrun in Chrono Cross nowadays I think is below 6 hours 45 minutes. I don't know what the exact record is. I think it was last I saw was like 6:42. I think my best when I tried to speedrun and I was terrible at it was like 7 hours 30 minutes or something. No, 7 hours 45 minutes. So I think I was like more than an hour behind the world record. And that was with a lot of practice. So, yeah. I love Chrono Cross and I wish I could speedrun it, but I am just not the sort of person who's cut out the speedrun games. I'm bad at it. What sucks is I love the routing, pathing, like the strategizing that goes in a speedrun. I think it's fascinating. But in terms of actual execution, I'm terrible. I just had a worrying thought. What if I messed up on the counter and we're actually at floor 30, not floor 29? I don't think I've messed up the counter, but God, if a mimic jumps out of one of these boxes and I die, I'm going to be so sad. Okay, doesn't look like it. Ooh, an SV suit. Uh, I kind of would love to have this +2 item capacity just for the convenience, but I don't think I want to burn a super tool for that. Especially now if I'm going to be switching this armor, or switching what armor I'm using anyway. That's a tough call. Realistically, it shouldn't be a tough call. It should be easy. Extra inventory means almost nothing. But just for the sheer convenience, I was definitely tempted for a minute there. I am still sad to find out that putting bonus points into active time, or not active time, into inventory is a really horrible idea simply because your item capacity stat does not scale 1-for-1 with your inventory space. See how we have 27 inventory space and 30 item capacity? If right now I believe I have to put points into the stat to get one item slot. And that makes me so sad. And I think it gets worse the more you level it up. And it kind of makes sense because you don't want the player to have 90 some item slot. I just realized we did just use up our last tool, so hopefully I don't regret that because like I find armor that I would really like to use the tool on. Oh my god, I just walked into them. Ah, no! If that snake hadn't hit me, I would have been staggered. Actually, I don't know if I hit the mosquito thing or not. I couldn't tell if there was a collision. I hate that just bumping into enemies reduces how much or how many bonus points you get from them. I get why the game is that way, but sometimes it's really frustrating. And by sometimes, I mostly mean all the time when I'm doing a gun run. It matters when you're using a gun too, but obviously you won't bump into enemies anywhere near as much when you're using a gun as when you're not. It seems like a very linear floor. I'm surprised. If I didn't know better, I would think it was a boss floor. No, I guess it just has a very long linear segment. Hmm. Yeah, definitely a map layout I'm not familiar with. There's been a couple times where I've been going through a floor and I was like, wait, I think I've been on this layout before. I think I know where things are. Random thing, biggest discovery I made when looking at the maps for the Chrysler building, of all the maps that can possibly spawn, none of them can be larger than 6 by 6. So if you've ever gone 6 spaces north or 6 southeast, whatever, you know for a fact that you cannot go any further in that direction. Not super useful, but sometimes it can actually help. Alrighty. Now we are on floor 30, where I gamed over last night and rage quit because I was so frustrated. Man, now I want to play Mystic Quest. Maybe I should play that. Like, well, probably not tomorrow. I'll probably play Parasite even till I finish this, but yeah. Just, like, play Mystic Quest and see what it's like when I'm not doing a randomizer. That could be interesting. I'm trying to remember what even was the final boss of Mystic Quest. I have a vague recollection of what it looked like as it changed phases, but I don't remember the plot of Mystic Quest at all, actually, now that I think about it. Like, I remember you having to go to the different areas and solve the problems there. Stop the one volcano from erupting, bring the water back after it dried up, I think, melt the ice. I remember those parts, but I don't remember, like, the actual plot of the game. Oh my god, I just walked into the web because I genuinely didn't notice it was still there. Oh, never mind. I don't know if I want to deal with some of those puzzles. It's weird. I love RPGs, one of my favorite genres, but for the most part, I hate solving puzzles. It's a weird combination. And that is why I have still never beaten Lufia 2. I enjoy Lufia 2 a good amount, but at a certain point, I just am like, you know what? I'm bored of solving puzzles in these dungeons, and I quit. I have done the, what do they call it? Ancient Dungeon? It's like a roguelite 99 floor dungeon that you can find in Lufia 2. I've done that. That's pretty fun. I've even done that in Archipelago, the randomizer. That was interesting, though I would say if you ever do it in Archipelago, don't set it to 99 floors. It takes forever. You can set it to like 50 floors, and that is plenty. I think we want to go north here, but let me just check to the right real quick. I think this might be where the item room is. Yeah. The item room that has a mystic. We gamed over right there yesterday. Oh god, I got so tilted by it. Okay, yeah. Yes, I know that Mimic is in there, and yes, I'm coming back to kill the stupid thing. I'm still mad. I don't know why I'm holding a grudge against an enemy in a video game. A tiny bit of computer code has become my arch nemesis for like 2 days. And this boss seems so weird when I'm not fighting it in the subway. In the subway, a centipede-looking boss makes perfect sense. Here, not so much. Also, oh shoot, I just realized I don't have auto potion. That is going to make this boss so much more frustrating. My strategy when I fought this boss in the main game was to allow myself to get hit a ton. Like just, nothing I can do about it. Use auto heal to out heal its damage. I honestly forgot I don't have auto potion on this armor until I noticed it. Oh my god. A couple floors back. Alright. So we go with the armor swap frig. Now the question is, do I try to cast free raise or just heal? I think we heal first and then I go for free raise once it regens more. Oh my god. It is attacking so fast. That's crazy fast, man. Yeah. Okay, so we get a slight reprieve in that it has split up, but now this phase is gonna suck so much, I'm sure. I wonder, in the main game, target 4 is the first to attack and it can poison. I wonder if that's still going to be the case. Yeah, it looks like, okay. So at least the attack pattern seems to be what I remember. That should, oh god, oh. For a second I thought they were about to attack, I don't know why I thought that. Oh my. That is very bad. Okay, so we'll detox, and then hopefully I have enough energy to cast Free Raise. Okay. Thank God. Okay, well that was not ideal, but crucially we have pre-raise on, so now if we die, we'll come back. So that gives us a bit of a safety net. And then I'll heal up. Alright. I think we're healed up enough that I can start taking some risks in terms of attacking soon, but I am super nervous, so I'm going to do the armor swap one more time, heal up again, and then hopefully I can be at like full health when I go to start attacking them. Yeah, that makes me feel way more comfortable. Also, we are blinded, so there wasn't much value. I'm blinded again? Dang, that sucks. I wonder which piece is blinding me. Because if I know that, I could try to work on specifically dodging it. I'm up. I was too slow. Oh no, I did get to hit it. Nice. That's big, that's big. Okay. Right now I'm trying to hit target number 4. 1, because poison is a big pain. And 2, because I know it attacks first. Ah, that weapon. Oh. Okay, I didn't get blinded, thank God. My energy is pretty high up and I have high health, so I think we're fine to try attacking here. Oh. Oh, I missed. Darn. I got blinded again. That's frustrating. Now, if we're blinded, we basically can't attack. So better to reset my regen rate, heal up, maybe, and then try to avoid getting blinded on the next go round. No, I got poisoned. I just realized I do have the medic ability, which is basically remedy, cures all status ailments. If I have to cure poison, I could maybe use medic instead of detox. No, I get hit here. Oh well. Our health is still decently high, so and we're not blind, so. Oh, I was standing a little too far away. Yeah, we got there. Anyway, you can see what my plan was. Basically, try to stay healthy, then stand in one corner and wait, kind of pause buffer like this over and over till I see a piece moving and toward my corner, and then queue up an attack as it's coming near me. That way my swing will be going off as it approaches me, and it can't move away fast enough so I don't hit it. That's the only way I've found to be able to consistently hit any of the pieces. Well, there's one other way, but it's super, well, not difficult, but super bad, I guess. And that is to basically stand. You can just stand where they are, let them walk into you, jump on you, whatever, and then just try to hit them before they have a chance to move away. And we will probably have to do that for one of the pieces. Also, I think it's piece number 2 that blinds. I've been wondering which one of the pieces it was, and I think it was number 2 that did it. Ooh, I missed. Oh, that's the one I can't hit. I said that's the one I can't hit. One of these 3 remaining ones is going to be a bigger pain than all of the others combined. And I'll talk about it as we get there. No, okay. Too slow. But yeah, which number is it? Yeah, target number 3 is the one we do not want to go after. Target 3 will be the last one we go for. And it will probably take as long as the rest combined did. Maybe not. We'll see. It'll depend on good fortune, so it may not be as bad as I'm making out to be. But for comparison, when I did this, not in my current playthrough, but the last attempt at a no-gun run, that one piece took me, I think, 10 minutes to kill. Okay. Ew. Oh, wait. That was hilarious. We were standing close enough that because its attack was like a boomerang, we were in the middle and it didn't hit us. Okay, okay. Wait, I missed? Huh. Thought it would have connected. Oh, wait, we're blinded. Of course I missed. Somehow I didn't notice that we were blind. Alright, that's one hit. Okay. This is where things get real. Notice how close I was standing to it, and I still missed? Yeah, that shows why this is gonna suck. Alright. So quickly to explain. Darn. I was trying to find... Yeah, here. Hopefully it moves toward me. Nope. When it moves toward me, I'll show... Ah! Of course, I wanted to make a point. Okay, yeah, here it is. See where its hitbox is? To hit it, I need to hit the back where that circle is at. Look at my range indicator. I am standing super close to it. Half of the body is in my range indicator, but I will not be able to hit it from this distance because the hitbox is in the back. That said, the rest of the body that we can see does have a collision box, meaning if we touch that, we will get hit, take damage, and become staggered. See how I just missed? Yeah. That is why this boss sucks. All the other pieces of this boss are reasonably manageable to hit with a club once you know how the boss works. This one, not at all. The one time I've reliably been able to hit it is when it jumps up to move to a new spot. If it jumps to the corner you are in, then you can definitely hit it. Other than that, I've had no luck finding any consistent strategy for it. By the way, when I say it jumps over, I mean like you stand right here. Oh my god, I was supposed to stand back in the corner, like right here. I would have taken the hit, but then I would have gotten to hit it. So I would have got a hit in. But yeah, another time you can is if it... Sometimes when it is going to attack you from the same corner you're in, the attack, it takes long enough that you can actually hit it. But that's not something that I've been able to manage consistently, just sometimes it's worked. Yep. But yeah, the main issue is it turns the front of its body to face you wherever you are. And that always puts its main body in between you and its hitbox. So you will pretty much always have a collision box between you and the hitbox. But we did get one hit in there. Also, sometimes you can just flip it as it's moving between spaces. But the timing on that is... I have no idea what the timing is. I've done it, I think, one time. Just as a pure fluke. Obviously, if you're using a gun, this is a non-issue, but... To be honest, if you're using a gun, this game seems super easy now that I've played it without one. Alright. But yeah, anyway, we have hit it one time, and we should only need to hit it 2 or 3 times. So, believe it or not, we are making a little progress. I just really wish it would jump into this corner. After it does its attack, it can jump to any of the 4 corners. And we just haven't had a lot of luck with it jumping to the corner we are in yet. Oh, no. We got staggered twice, so we didn't hit it there. But yeah, there may be some trick we could use that I haven't found. No. But the only strategy I've found for this last part has always involved just taking a lot of hits and hoping to get lucky. But yeah, see what I mean? If it jumps to the spot you're in when you're standing in the corner, you are basically guaranteed to hit as long as you have basic timing skills. But it does require it be the jump, not these little dashes. Oh wait, we've hit it 3 times and it hasn't died? That's frustrating. Oh. Well, with us having hit it 3 times, I'm pretty sure one more hit will kill it. Oh. Yeah, I've beat this boss several times with a club, and genuinely, this is all I've ever been able to do. Is just except I have to take tons and tons of hits. The worst part is it really is only this one piece. The other 3 pieces, I can kill pretty easily. Nope, jump to the upper right corner. Jump to the upper left corner. Come on. Yep. Oh, why did I move out of the corner? I shouldn't have. If I wouldn't have moved when it jumped here, I would have been in position to hit him again. I got impatient, tried to experiment, and got punished. There we are. Okay, that was harder than I thought it would be, to be honest. But we got there. We got there. Right. We got the Chrysler Key 3, which means we can now use the elevator up to floor 30, which means I'm going to backtrack to an elevator so I can go save. We win! We win! We win! Wait, did I set the right floor? I wasn't paying attention. I just assumed it would default to floor 1. It did not. Oops. I'm not sure why my mind assumed it would default to floor 1. So I really do wish they had put like floor signs by each elevator. I don't know if that would screw up the aesthetics or kind of defeat the purpose of it feeling maze-like, but without having a counter like I have on screen, I would never be able to keep track of what floor I was on. If I was doing this without that, I would be keeping track on a piece of paper. I have heard some people say they actually make maps of the floors as they go up them. To me, that seems a bit extreme, but anyway, we have been streaming for 1 hour 28 minutes, and I cleared floor 30. So I think that one fight took 15 minutes, but yes, I think you can probably do 10 floors in an hour. I think that's totally manageable. We can get more ammunition. Alright. Let's give him more cards. I think we only had one more, right? Yeah, I'll pretend that I'm tuning up this. It doesn't matter. I have enough mod permits and trading cards that I can just. Oh wait, no, I don't even. Yeah, I still have access to infinite trading cards on this playthrough. So yeah, if I ever actually need item slots, it would be super easy to get. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah, I think we need to give him a total of 10 guns before he'll give us our first prize. I think that's right, not 100%. Right? Now, a big thing is we only want one Chrysler key. Chrysler key 3 will cover floors 1 through 30, whereas key 2 will cover floors 1 through 20. So in other words, they're redundant. There's no reason to keep multiple. Okay, we do have a lot of super tools. Oh shoot, I didn't even notice we had an offense +1. Wonder when we got that. Oh, we probably stole that from the boss. Okay. Do I want to keep a super tool just in case? Nah. Actually, wait. Yeah. I think I do. Because I think the floor 30 room will have an armor we want to use it on. And because I can, let's go pick up a medicine 3. Alright. So we're going to save, and then I'm going back to floor 26 and floor 30. I think I'll do 30 first, maybe? Yeah. Because I think floor 26 has a tool, whereas floor 30 has an armor that I want. But first, let's save. And then after this, we have to decide if we want to keep climbing the Chrysler building or go advance the main story a little bit more just to get another level up or 2. Honestly, I kind of want to get another level up, even if I don't get anything of note from it, just so I can get the bonus points that we earned from floors 21 through 30. They accrue, as you go, but you only actually get awarded them. Wait, I did save, right? I had this worry of what if I canceled out and didn't save. But anyway, you only get the bonus points you accrue in battles after you actually level up. So we did 10 floors. The bonus points of those haven't been awarded to us. We would need to go get a level up. Huh. Oh, wait, and yeah, the next level up is actually a big one. Okay, yeah. The reason I said the next level up is a big one is I think it's every 6 levels, though I'm not 100% sure on that. Your level up bonuses are way bigger than they normally would be. Meaning at like level 7, instead of getting +1 damage on all of your attacks, you will get +5 damage. Instead of getting, +1 defense, you'll get +5 defense, so forth and so on. And I believe you also get a big HP bonus as well. So instead of having like, what is it, 500 something? 573 BP, we would wind up with like, 600 or so. Okay. And now we fight a mimic. Mimics are a very simple enemy. So in theory, they should be kind of easy because their attack pattern is not complicated. And to be honest, it theoretically is easy to avoid their attacks. They only have 2 of them. The problem is you always fight them in small rooms, and they hit so hard that it's ever hard to like practice fighting them. If I can fight an enemy like 10, 20 times, and each time I can take 5 minutes if I want to practice, then I can learn their attack patterns, learn how to avoid them, that sort of thing. But when I'm like scrambling just to not die, and then the fight is over within a minute and a half at most, it's a little more difficult. Yeah, a monster. Yeah, who could have seen that coming? Surely not me. Yeah, see that 260 damage? Honestly, not that much. I say right before it kills me. But yeah, oh shoot, I didn't realize revive won't heal me at full. At 286, we would quite likely get one shot. Okay. See, that attack scares me. The other attack, at least, is dodgeable by, like, sidestepping. But the AoE attack, it hits all directions. I mean, that's what AoE is. But yeah, so the only way to dodge it is to step far enough back that you're not in range. Oh, okay, a tool. Huh. I thought there was an armor on this floor. Now, the real question is, do we go fight another one with no revives in our inventory? And the answer is yes, to be honest. Because if we die, all we lose is a tool, and I don't really care that much about losing a tool. I think we had like 8 tools in our inventory. Or not in our inventory, but in our storage. Okay, so now we go to floor 26. Of course, the real trick is now, where is the storage room or item room, treasure room, whatever you want to call it? I keep alternating between all of those names. Okay, so that was the floor, or the stairs up. Now, I normally try not to use the speed up function, but we are fighting these mimics purely out of spite, so. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm going to die anyway. I wonder if there's visually any way to tell that a chest isn't mimic. I know, oh my god, it hit us right at the start of the battle. That was, no! Uh, I know in some games they will put like visual indicators that let you tell. Or failing that, you can do stuff like hit them with a. I think, yeah, in Dark Sword, you hit them with a sword, and then you can tell by the sound it makes. Anyway, we cast pre-raise in case we do get killed. I think I'm starting to get how to fight them, though. That quick dash they use is only used before they do a one-directional attack, which means if you see them dash, you can just sidestep. And then that means as long as you don't get too close to them, you should be fine. I didn't say it very clear. Okay, so they have that AoE attack, but they can't use that, or they can't hit you with that unless they get close. No duh. But what was worrying me before about those mimics is they had that quick dash that can cover a large distance. And so I was always paranoid about them using that quick dash if I was like far away and then spinning and hitting me with a big AoE attack. Looks like that can't happen. If they do the quick dash, then they will only have a single target attack, well, single direction attack. So basically, when you're not trying to hit them, what you should do is stay far enough away that the AoE attack can't hit you. If you see them use the AoE attack, well, you're far enough away, you're completely safe. If you see them use a quick dash, then just sidestep and you'll be fine. Of course, as simple as that sounds, in practice, who knows? Anyway, we did get a CM protector. Uh, so that is way worse stats than our current armor. Oh no, wait, we got the CM jacket, not the CM protector. That makes more sense. Yeah, okay. Uh, So it has worse stats than our current one, but not way worse. So what we're going to do is we will consume this CM protector because that's the one we had been keeping for quite a while. And we're keeping it so we had access to auto potion. So we'll move the auto potion over with the super tool. That way the CM protector doesn't get destroyed. And then we'll use a regular tool, which will destroy the CM protector, to move these stat boosts over. And there we are. Killing the Mimic wasn't purely out of spite. It also got us an item we wanted. We might find better armor on floors 31 through 40. I'm not sure. Real quick, let's just go to floor 30 and then go up one floor and see what the enemies are like. So I get an idea as to like how strong the enemies we're fighting next would be. But after this, I will go back to the museum so I can reach level 31. That way we earn, or we are awarded any bonus points we've already earned, and we will have a decent little stat boost. Yeah, we did kill a decent number of enemies on floors 21 through 30, so it'd be a shame not to get the bonus points from them until like floor 40. So I like that the music changes to tell you when you've cleared a boss, and thus there will be no more random encounters. It also makes the floors feel way more empty. Ooh, we have iguanas. Oh my god. We have iguanas that are giving me some trouble. They seem to act a fair bit faster than the ones in the museum, which are great. Okay. But we do one-shot them, apparently. Or was that a crit? I couldn't tell. Okay, yeah, it must have been a crit that one-shot them. Okay. So yeah, they definitely act faster than the iguanas in the museum, but they don't seem any stronger, or at least not significantly so. So given that, I think we'll be fine on floor 31 through 40. But I am going to quickly go level up one more time. Because it's going to give us, I mean, depending on how many bonus points we earned, it's probably going to give us plus 10 damage on every attack and like plus 5 armor. And given the damage numbers that Centipede boss was putting out, we'll definitely want the upgrade. Once we got it to split up, it wasn't too bad, but the first phase of that Centipede fight was hitting us for like 150 damage or more per attack. That actually has me a bit worried. Okay. That's right. I don't think it really matters, but I'm going to update my stream title real quick. I'm going to put that I made it to 4:30. Okay. Yeah, floor 30 isn't too much of an accomplishment, but it's something. Right, huh. Yeah, apparently this game pauses anytime I alt tab. I don't like that. Man, I really want to get a new computer, but the prices on hardware have gone up so much. All right. I trying to remember how much there is that we need to do to turn off the security alarm, because that's the next big like breakpoint in the museum right now. Once we turn off the security alarm, it becomes much easier to navigate the museum, and we can basically get to where the next boss is. Yeah, sure, I'll do. Oh wait, no, we already did that quiz. I forgot. That's the one that. Oh, what was it? I remember the answer was the middle option, but I forget what the question actually was. It's pretty bad to know the answer to a question was letter B and not know what letter B actually was. Oh god, I don't want to steal medicine ones. Well, I don't really want to steal medicine twos either, but I guess it's slightly better. Oh yeah, let's range my inventory, get rid of these cure keys and M. Anyway, yeah, I think to disable the alarm, we have to go to the second floor and then do the whole thing with like the pterodactyl climb. Wait, do we have to? Yeah, I think we actually wind up having to climb through the window. So I guess, yeah, turning off the alarm will take us a minute. Oh well, it's fine. The main thing is I'd rather not get to level 32. Just because I feel like I would be grinding for experience at that point. Plus, I kind of want to save some levels. I was starting to think about it, but you only get the bonus points you accrue when you level up. So if you can't level up, you can't get bonus points. If we were to say get to level 37, then we wouldn't really be able to get any more bonus points for the rest of the game, because getting to level 38 requires grinding out, I think, 400,000 experience or some crazy amount like that. So yeah, there might be an argument to not level up past maybe level 33 or level 34. I guess that's what we could do. We could just get one level for every 10 floors we go up. That could make sense. Man, it's weird. I'm not good with heights, to the point that just seeing the heights there in that building made me shudder. I was imagining like if I worked someplace and had to go out on that stair or that ladder, it would terrify me. In my defense, it's not just fear. I have pretty bad vertigo, so heights can actually like cause me to get very dizzy. In fact, it's not even heights themselves. I am perfectly fine in an airplane. It is specifically a like up to I think about 200-300 feet. Like everything feels like, I don't know. It feels like my eyes aren't matching up, like they're not focusing at the same distance or something like that. Yeah, Asian. But once you get beyond a certain distance, the eyes can't focus on the ground at all, so it stops becoming a problem. So, like, by the time a plane gets 1,000 feet in the air, I have no problem with the heights at all. Speaking of which, I haven't been in a plane in so long. I miss it. I used to fly like 10 or more times a year. Okay, we really don't need medicine trees. Don't need medicine one. I don't need a rocket crate either, but the game won't let me get rid of it. Alright. Okay, so I think we go right here? Is that? I think that's right. Ah, the stagger wrecked us. Yeah, see how much slower these green iguana move compared to the blue ones? It's interesting. I hadn't realized how difficult an enemy they could be if you just slightly increase their move speed. Now with a gun, it probably wouldn't be that different. But with the club, when you have like very specific timing windows you can hit enemies in, it actually matters quite a bit. No, we're not going to pick up any of that. But yeah, I think if we go right here, we'll wind up finding the pterodactyl. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, there's a chest there. Okay. I have to fight the pterodactyl first. Alright, our armor makes us resist blind, so we didn't get blinded by that pterodactyl attack. In other words, that pterodactyl attack can actually cause blindness. Sure, it already has a bunch of stats on it, might as well give it another. Anyway, that's not the one I was thinking of, though. I was thinking of... Is there a pterodactyl one floor lower then? Must be. Wait. I thought we had to climb out the window of that room. I don't know. I've played the game enough that I have a decent recollection of things, but there's still some stuff I don't remember too well. By the way, there was a time I thought it was basically impossible to dodge those Troodons. I now think if you, with practice, you can dodge them very reliably. Also, yeah, we hit level 31. Okay, yeah. This is why I wanted to level up. Look at those bonus points. We got 1,500 bonus points thanks to all the battles we did in the Chrysler building. If I hadn't came here and leveled up, we would be at least 15 less damage on all of our swings. And in fact, because the leveling up also increases your offense, I believe it would have wound up being 20 damage less on each of our attacks. So, yeah. This one level, coming here and getting one level up, I believe, increased the damage of all of our attacks by 20 and reduced the damage we take from all attacks by 5. That said, I know a decent bit about the game's mechanics, but there are still things I don't know, so take anything I say with a grain of salt. It's possible I'm wrong, or that there are things even if I'm not like completely wrong, I may be a little off on. Like, even some of the things I think I quote-unquote know are things that I read from other people's research and never personally confirmed. So there's always the risk that... so there's always the risk that I'll take somebody else's word as true and it won't be. Okay, yep, I messed up. I think I know what I need to do. That door, or the stairs down, will take me to where I need to go to advance the plot. Because we'll go find Dr. Clamp's office there. But first you have to unlock the security doors by turning the alarm off. That was a step I missed. It wasn't that I needed to climb out the window, like I thought. Yeah, there was a hallway that went up, and I didn't take it. That's all it was. Oh. Fortunately, it's not very far. It's a pretty short backtrack. But also, I love the museum. The more I play it, the more I like it. And the reason is, the museum has a very clear layout. Like, a map. And each room clearly ties into the map. As in, if you were to look at a map and look at the rooms as you go through, you can not only tell, yeah, this is where this room is, but when you are on that map, you can look and be like, hey, there's the balcony overlooking the part where the T-Rex statue is. The T-Rex statue must be right at. Wait a second. Okay, no, I'm wrong. I don't know where I'm. I'm puzzled. Wait, was I supposed to turn off the alarm on the second floor, not the third floor, maybe? Let me check. I think I did stop exploring the second floor at some point. I do not need more rockets, but okay. Okay, now I'm actually confuzzled. Confuzzled? I meant to say confuddled. Whatever. Because I haven't gone south from here. I came up some stairs, went north. Maybe I do need to go south. I think there was also a riddle thing just north of there in that northeast corner that I could check. It feels so weird to know I've played this game as many times as I have, and I still don't know basic things like the layout of the museum. I know it pretty well, but I still wind up making stupid mistakes and missing small things and going the wrong way because of it. Oh. Okay, yeah. So she says she can't get into there. Wait, was there one right here? Okay, yeah. I guess I'm glad I came back because it did get us a couple stat boosts. Wait, so what did I miss on the third floor? I know it was something really stupid and I apologize. It's funny, I have high highs and very low lows. I can do some really impressive things in video games and then just fail to realize the most basic aspect of the game. No, I want to attack the other one. No, I took an extra hit because I targeted the wrong one. Ah, missed. Juke. Oh, I said juke and did not successfully juke. That was embarrassing. Right. So let's try this one more time. We're on the third floor. Do I have to take these stairs down? Is that what it was? Yep, that's what it was. I was supposed to take these stairs down. Ah, can't believe it. I I knew where I was supposed to be, except on which floor. In other words, I got the X and Y coordinates correct, I just messed up on the Z coordinates. A little out of range. Should be able to hit it before it hits me. Sweet. Don't really want that medicine free, but whatever. Alright, so the security room is just up here. Wait, what? I can't get through here? Why not? Why can't she get through there? Okay. It's locked. Okay, I guess I wasn't supposed to come down here then. What? Okay, never mind. I was so confident that I knew exactly what was going on. Now I'm just like, nope, I guess I don't know at all. And this is not the one where the pterodactyl breaks in and we have to climb out the window of. By the way, yes, I could look up a guide real quick, but I'm genuinely curious if we can figure out without one. Okay, so yeah, that says it's locked. So yeah, we definitely have to go right here. This is the only option. We've explored all the other paths we could have taken. Please don't tell me there's just like an path north here and I missed it or something that simple. Yeah. I'm at the point where I might just backtrack and leave the museum. Because I did not mean to fight this many battles, and I'm genuinely worried we'll level up again. And I don't want to accidentally unlock the Liberate ability, because I don't think I'll be able to resist the temptation to use it. Let's find out. Wait, am I supposed to go down these stairs? Is that what it was? Please don't tell me it is. Nope. The gates are closed, I can't get through. Oh my god. No, you've got to be kidding me. I came to this room and there was a... Don't tell me I can go through this door. Oh my god, I'm the stupidest stupid person there is. This is where I needed to come. I even talked about the room with the broken window. And I just... Okay. I just genuinely walked to the room and didn't... I was like, oh yeah, this is a dead end because, you know, you can't go down these stairs. I didn't even think about, oh, there could just be a door to go through. So, wow, I feel so stupid right now. In my defense, I am an idiot. Oh, I mean, we could transfer this over for one more item slot, but I don't think that's worth burning a super tool for, so let's just... Oh my god, I'm so stupid. And this, folks, is why I do challenge runs, because I'm clearly bad at playing games. Boy. Also, I am such a badass for doing this. I don't think you could convince me to even try it. But if you did, I would, without doubt, would fall and die. There's no question in my mind that is what would happen. The only doubt in my mind is maybe I wouldn't die. Maybe I would just, like, break both my legs. But, yeah. Oh my god. And I think I might actually hit level 32 because I screwed up like I did. Oh well. I guess the good thing is if I do unlock Liberate, which I don't know if you get at 32 or 33, but if I did unlock it, at least then I would have it for the mimics, and I wouldn't, like, maybe I wouldn't have to rage quit the next time I run into one. Alright, doesn't look like there's any chest. Oh wait, no, there was a chest in that upper right corner. Right. Wait, is that not a chest? Oh, I think that might actually be a bench. Okay. Yeah, I have really bad vision, so sometimes that is why I look like an idiot in video games. Usually, though, the reason is just I am an idiot. Oh my god, how bad can I be? Yeah, let's just face tank the damage. We kill in like 3 or 4 hits. Okay. Yeah, that. Oh, huh? I didn't think auto potion would kick in there. Kind of sucks because it wasted one of my cure forms, or medicine forms rather, but whatever. We can just consider that my punishment for being an idiot. But yeah, we will hit level 32 before we get back to the Chrysler building. Which makes me a little sad, but it's whatever. I'm just face tanking the damage. We're not dodging. If we are going to get much bonus points, it'll be from the Chrysler building, not the museum. Oh, defense +1, nice. Alright. I love the angle of this map. I think this is such a cool looking shot. Hit him, can we move out of the way? No. Oh well. Yeah, we got hit a bunch there. It sucks, whatever. Yeah, we'll hit level 32, which was not meaning to do, but it's fine. Oh, by the way, I just noticed our inventory slots are still only 27, even though our item capacity went up to 31. When we level up again, our item capacity stat will go up to 32. I am curious if we'll get another item slot or not. Okay. Anyway, this is the last room before the security station where we can turn off the alarm. Oh. I actually got blinded despite having the armor to resist it. That face. But yeah, so after we get to this next room, we will be able to turn off the alarm, which will unlock the stairs, and we'll be able to leave the museum. We'll just have to like go through a few screens. So we're almost done with the museum, and we'll be able to go back to the Chrysler building. Wait, did I actually dodge that attack from the turret on there? I wasn't actually, like, trying to, but it's so cool. Ah. No, it moved the opposite direction I thought it would. Alright, so Ow! Stop it! This camera angle is screwing with me. The perspective makes it hard for me to tell distances. Thank God we have such high defenses, I don't really have to care about any damage this thing deals. Seriously, it's embarrassing how bad I'm doing right now. There it is. Okay. And hey, oh, okay, yeah. I guess at level 32 you unlock full recover, not liberate. Nice. I'm actually happy. So we won't have liberate until either 33 or 34. Oh, and we're up to 604 health. Nice. That's a ton of max HP. I think there may be a chest in here that I missed the last time I came through. There's a phone we can save with. Oh no, wait, I think we actually found it. It's like right here. Oh no, that's the... Ugh, gross. Pregnancy in general is a gross mess. But the whole, Eve being a mitochondrial mutant, whatever you want to call it, just adds a whole extra layer of squick. Anyway, there's a hidden elevator here we can take up to the 4th floor to get a few more items. And then we'll make our way out of the building. Cool, we definitely want that. Is that not a chest? Oh, it is. I was just must have been standing in the wrong spot or something. B jacket. Yeah, the stats are alright. So in the main game, this might be a pretty decent option. But yeah, we could take the resist poison, but I don't think any enemies are going to poison us enough that we care. You know what? I don't want to cure darkness, thank you. So yeah, because we picked up a tool and an armor that we immediately used the tool to disassemble, this room effectively gave us +1 to each of our defensive stats. That's all it wound up being. Which, nothing amazing, but it's a decent little bit. And of course, we could save, but we're heading out of the building anyway, so we don't need to. T-Rex! Dinosaurs are so cool. I don't care how old you get, they'll never not be awesome. Same thing with giant robots. Actually, I don't know. Giant robots... I've seen so many different versions of giant robots. I don't know. Some of them are pretty lame, to be honest. The concept of giant robot always cool. I don't think I've ever seen dinosaurs that weren't at least pretty cool. But some giant robots, yeah, not very cool. I was about to say Power Rangers, but actually Power Rangers had some pretty sick robot designs. And the very first Power Rangers movie has a song that is stuck in my head like 30 years later. Oh, shoot. Trying to remember how it goes. Nope, never mind. Not gonna. I'm genuinely worried if I that down and think about long enough, I will not only remember it, but I'll start singing it. To be clear, it wasn't a good song. I think it's actually a kind of bad song, but it just was catchy enough I never forgot it. Anyway, our next stop is going to be the Chrysler. Well, no, the next stop will be the police station to drop items off, I think. But then it'll be the Chrysler building. Oh my god. I'll be honest, with how high my stats are, I am being very lazy in terms of trying to dodge. Normally, I put a lot more effort into it. Granted, part of that is because normally at this part of the game I would need to put a lot more effort because you usually can't just fake tank this damage. At least not as easily. If there's no real reason to discard that yet. I wonder what this sign actually is. I can almost make out what it says, but not quite. Sweet, we got through here without there being another fight. Now the question is, can we get through this next one without another fight? Yeah, it looks like cool. If we go through that door there will be a cutscene to progress the story, and I don't feel like doing that. I actually really love this scene. It just takes several minutes. And I want to get back to the Chrysler building because I am excited. I think floors 31 through 40 are going to be, I don't want to say easy, but I think they're going to be much more manageable than floors 21 through 30 were. And that's solely because I think I've gotten to the point where I feel comfortable fighting mimics. I don't think like I see one mimic and I just instantly freak out and die. Yeah, I do. Man, I keep thinking about how I would like to try a speed run of the Chrysler building. And just, I can't come up with a rule set that would make it work, is the big thing. Oh, right, we didn't check if our inventory space went up when we leveled or not. I was saying that I'd be curious if it does. Okay, so we have a ton of medicine 3s, 1 medicine 4. I'm going to keep getting rid of these medicine 2s. Alright. Anything we care about? I don't think so. Okay. So all that's left is to go save. And yeah, we went up to 28 item slots out of, or compared to our 32 item capacity set. So I think what that means is we would probably need 2 more item capacity levels to get 1 more item slot. So I think at 34 we would have 29 item slots. I actually have enough bonus points we could test. I will do that sometime for science. I'll just save up a ton of bonus points and like go through all of the possible item capacity stats and see like how many slots or how many item slots you have at each value. But I probably not something I should do on stream. I think it would probably be very boring to watch. Then again, I mean, is that any different from my normal content? Wait, I do have some bonus points. Not gonna lie, part of me is tempted to save these bonus points for something else. Because what's the difference realistically between an attack power of 237? Wait, was that really 237? Dear God, that's so high. But that and like 240. Am I ever really going to notice those 3 extra points of damage? And don't forget, your character level also provides some of your damage. So yeah. That's 237 attack power, which would be 240 with the bonus points. We've gained what? Shoot. If you get +5 attack power every 6 levels, then every level up, instead of being +1, you'd get basically +4 for every 6. So you get like 1 and 2/3 damage for every level. We've gained 31 levels, so that's bad math. Uh, wait, 1 and 2/3, so times 31 would be 10. So I would have gained like 50 damage from my levels. I think it's actually 51 or 52 from having leveled up, and then 240 from the weapon itself. So the damage value before enemy defensive considered would be about 280 with my current stats, and then 283 if I sunk my bonus points into it. Like, when is that small difference ever going to be relevant, I wonder? I don't know. I could, no, I mean, I could put my bonus points into the active time bar stat, but we already get our turns so fast since clubs make your turns come up twice as often. So I don't know what to do with my bonus point. Actually, maybe it would make sense to sink them into my armor. Because notice how my armor has like 100 less in terms of stats? Yeah, that might make sense. Maybe that's what I ought to do. I'm not sure. Anyway, floor 31. Oh, one other thing I didn't mention. When you level up, your PE bar actually grows. Obviously, the bar itself doesn't grow, but the numerical values it represent go up. Meaning we will be able to cast our spells a bit more because we gained those 2 levels. Okay, CM2. We'll check that out once I open these other chests. A tool and a full recover. Is that a healing item or the... Okay. There's another item I think called a full heal, which doesn't give you a health. Instead, it cures status ailments. So that's why I wasn't sure. Anyway, we got a new... Ooh. Our new armor has auto potion on it too. Interesting. So which one has better base stats? Huh. Okay. So the CM jacket actually has significantly worse stats than the B jacket we're already using. That can't be right, can it? Oh no, we found the CM suit, not the CM jacket. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So yeah, 52, 57. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, okay, okay. Sorry, this isn't auto potion. This is auto, I guess, heal. I don't know. Yeah, it's so weird. The one we've been using up to this point automatically uses our medicine, the items that just give us life when we drop low. This effect is actually to cure status ailments, so like cure M, cure P, cure D, cure S. I think those are the only four. Interesting. So yeah, then it's really worthless for us. It's not worthless for us, but the stats suck, and I don't care that much about curing status ailments. So anyway, we are following the right-hand rule, and right now our right hand would be on the south wall, so we'll keep going this direction for now. But I think it'll dead end. Yeah. So then we would follow south wall, turn left, go east wall, turn left, go north wall, turn right, will be on the east wall again. I think I actually recognize this floor layout. I think we had this exact same map back on like floors 6 or 7. So we're like really far back in the run. But on this current run. I could be wrong. But I do think I recognize it. I mean, I knew there would be a dead end where it was. Though that could have also just been a prediction based on understanding how the map construction works. Alright. Ooh, we're facing Cat. That makes me sad. Because that musical is terrible. Sorry, I couldn't resist that joke. But seriously, I don't think the Cats musical was very good in general. But I'm also not a big fan of just musicals. But the movie they made out of it was so god-awful bad. It made me think of The Producers, which is a movie I didn't think I'd reference. Man, I can't remember the last time I saw The Producers. Anyway, The Producers was I think it was actually a play before it became a movie, but I'm not sure. But the idea is basically, well, insurance fraud. No, I guess it's not insurance fraud. What would you call it? The idea is when you start a new project, any sort of whatever that needs a lot of money, you might look for investors. So, of course, the idea is you would get people to sign up for whatever your project is and be like, hey, you give me however much money and I'll give you a percent of the return. So if my project is successful and I, double our money, well then you'll get double whatever you put in. Great. Well, The Producers is a movie with Gene Hackman and I forget the other guy's name. As two guys who are producing a play or musical, I can never remember which. But basically, what they realize is if they get a lot of investors, they could have their investors cover more than 100% of the upfront cost. So basically, if it would cost them $1 million to put on their production, they would get investors up to $10 million. And it's a scam, of course. They take $10 million and then they go, okay, well, we have all this money. Now, our investors expect to get a certain percentage of their money back based on how much money our project makes. Well, if our project makes no money, loses all $1 million, well, our investors can't complain. They put their money in, the thing failed, oh well. And that's their goal. Of course, if the problem is if the project succeeds and they make a lot of money, their play say goes from $1 million and they make $5 million. Well, that's a 500% increase, and now their investors can expect $50 million, which they won't have. So the whole idea is they try to make a play or musical, whichever was, that will fail on purpose. So they try to come up with some outlandish offensive play that nobody would ever like. I think it's a play about Hitler, if I remember right. Anyway, point is, they struggle because they try to make their play fail, and then it succeeds. Like, despite their best effort, they can't make it fail. And that's kind of the gimmick of the movie. But anyway, when I saw the Cats movie, my immediate thought was, did somebody intentionally make this bad as some sort of scam? And, thinking of the producers. Long-winded way of explaining it. But yeah, you'll see this same plot idea in a lot of things. There's an episode of the show Elementary where the plot is a similar idea. Except instead of it being a play, an investor, or a guy gets investors for a salvage mission, where he was basically, he would salvage wrecked ships from the past, looking for golden coins and things like that. And he was committing fraud where he would basically raise money to salvage his ship with the plan of not finding anything of value on it. And in Elementary, of course, it turned out there was a bunch of valuable stuff on the ship, and that caused him problems. And so he murdered a person to cover it up. But anyway, that's all a long-winded way of me saying I genuinely think the Cats movie was so bad. The only explanation that wouldn't just make me incredibly depressed is somebody did it on purpose. Because somehow they feared they would make more money if the movie failed than if it did well. Because there's no other explanation for how that movie got greenlit and actually made it to screen with how genuinely god-awful bad it was. By the way, I'm not one to be super hateful of bad movies. I actually love B movies as a genre. B horror movies are just great a lot of the time. And not just for the, oh, it's so bad it's good meme. But a lot of times I genuinely enjoy low budget, early efforts from directors who maybe, haven't made much but will get there eventually. Or, hey, maybe they never will. I think there's a lot of charm, but also a lot of genuine art that can be found in that sort of movie. What offends me about movies like Cats is they're not low budget. They have hundreds of millions of dollars when you include the production, marketing, distribution, all that. You have tons of talented people involved. It's they have all the tools they could ever hope for to succeed, and yet they still fail. And that's what bothers me. Because I'm dude, all the stuff you had going for you could have been given to someone who would have done a better job. It's you guys knew what you were making was bad. Why didn't you change course at some point? Uh, we don't really need item capacity, so yeah, we'll just take the +1 defense. Anyway, my rambling about movies and such aside, I should point out there is an armor at some point in the Chrysler building that gives you +4 inventory slots. And I will probably keep that. Well, I'll keep that mod, not the armor. I'll transfer that mod to whatever armor I am using for the rest of the game. Because +4 item slots is actually pretty good. And, the later you get the item, the less you'll have to move it around. A big problem with all these secondary mods is if you want to move the stat bonuses from one armor to a new armor you find, or one gun to a new gun you find, you have to either give up any secondary mods or you have to use the super tool. And, super tools are fairly limited till the almost very end of the Chrysler building. Ooh, they actually dodged the attack. Cool. No! I thought it was going to go up the left wall, but it instead turned back right. But yeah, usually I would rather have the raw stats of the armor, since those are easier to transfer, than I would have this secondary effect. And now I want to watch some low budget horror movies. There was one with Tony Todd in it that I actually liked way more than I thought I would, given how much most people hated it. What was it? It was like, not Graves, but it was something similar to that. Oh wait, can we one-shot these balls? I want to know. Oh my god, we can. Okay. No, I didn't. The reason I was curious is back on in the hospital, we farmed 95 balls from one of these things, and we got a super cool. I am genuinely curious if you can get anything by killing 95 of them in this battle. Which is stupid. I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna because I want to, and it's funny to me. Hey, we might get some decent bonus points out of it. Yeah, what was that movie? Shoot. Anyway, the movie definitely had some issues. The budget for the special effects was not well used. So there was a couple scenes where that part was bad. And then there was one death scene that people took issue with, and I kinda get it. Basically, a guy gets stabbed in the leg with a pole, and he winds up dying very quickly. To me, it's not a big deal. Basically, there's some sort of monster or creature that can take your soul or something when you die. He's trying to kill one of the main characters. He manages, like, during the fight, I think he falls on, like, a piece of rebar or something, and it impales him in the leg. He runs off, and then he dies almost immediately to the monster, and people are like, oh, come on, he only just got stabbed. He wouldn't die that fast. They're like, eh. I mean, your femoral artery is right there. You sever that, you can bleed out very quickly. But yeah, maybe it would have taken, 30 to 90 seconds, not like 15 to 20. And that's one where, like, yeah, I get it's a little not great, but it was like a problem that really took me out of the movie. And that's the sort of thing to me, like, when it comes to lower budget movies. I don't get hung up on, like, super small details if they don't really change the flow of anything. The main reason, of course, that I liked it was, one, Tony Todd. He was a great man, as a person. And one of the things that everyone always respected about him was he was willing to star in basically any kind of movie. He would often star in low-budget movies, not because his career wasn't doing well, but because he wanted to support, like, new creators, and that was really cool. Basically, it was, I could, star only in bigger budget movies, probably make more money overall, but, like, if I take these smaller roles, I can maybe help other people get their careers going. And even if nobody gets a career out of it, it's still just a chance to support all forms of art, not just higher budget ones. And I thought that was really cool. But then also, I really liked the main characters of the movie. I don't know that either actress went on to make other movies. I'm sure they were in some. But I don't think I ever saw them in anything else. But I actually thought they both were really good for their roles. At least relative to the lower budget. And I remember, oh, God, what was the one character's name? The two main characters are two females. They're like friends on a road trip. I think they're roughly early 20s, like college student age. And one of them, like, they go to a diner or something, one of them asks, like, the waitress if she has something, or maybe it was a store and they ask a clerk if he has something. And when he said no, she, it's like, oh, she's being a little silly, sarcastic. And to say, instead of be like, oh, that sucks, or I'm sad, or whatever, she just says tear, as in, like, I'm shedding a tear. And obviously nowadays with internet slang, that would not be out of line at all. We've probably all seen stuff like that. But at the time, I had never seen anyone say something like that, and it blew me away. But yeah, I do kind of like the idea of just, if you're sad, just saying like sad or tear, not like I'm sad or I'm feeling bad right now. Just be like tear. Like, I mean, so much more efficient. Also, why am I doing this? We're only at like 40, aren't we? This is not very good content, and to be honest, it's not that interesting for me, but I'm just so curious what will happen if we kill 95 of these. Wait. Imagine if it doesn't stop at 95 and just goes on infinitely. I can't imagine it would, but... I actually read up about it. In the hospital, there are, I think, 4 mixed men, the guys you can fight here. The first one, you get a super tool from if you kill 95 of the balls. But after that, you get stuff like full recover and a full healer, high level consumable items, but nothing very good. I am genuinely curious what you get from this battle. As far as I know, nobody has ever posted about killing 95 balls in the Chrysler building. So, as far as I know, online, there's like no way to know what would happen. I'm assuming it's going to be like something really weak. Like full restore is probably the best I could hope for. Okay, let's find out. Now, I know what movie I want to see. It's the lower budget one. Oh, it's the prequel of Desperado. I can't think of what the name of it is. Was that El Mariachi or something like that? That might have been the sequel, not the prequel. Desperado was a movie George Clooney was in as kind of a gunslinger, and I think it was Mexico. Like, trying to get revenge on a guy who killed his girlfriend/wife, I forget which it was. And, like, also tortured George Clooney's character. Anyway, it's a really fun movie, but it was actually a sequel to a lower budget movie. And I can't think of what the name of that lower budget movie was, but I actually really liked it. And I haven't seen it in a long time, so maybe that's why I should go watch. I'll have to look it up after the stream. That or I could watch Evil Dead. The first one, well, actually both of the first 2 Evil Dead movies were pretty low budget. The first one was like incredibly low budget. And they have some issues, but I think both are genuinely good. The second one's a bit weird because it's like half remake, half sequel. Oh my god, that's right. A new Evil Dead movie was coming out. I heard about it like a month or 2 back, and I never... Did it already come out? It was like not Evil Dead Rise. What was it? Evil Dead Burn, I think, maybe? Yeah, I need to look if that came out and if it's on any streaming platform. Anyway, I do promise that this is the only time I'm doing this. From here on, we are just going to clear battles as fast as we can. Wait, no, what if we get like a super cool here? That would be crazy. It would make me genuinely tempted to do it again. No, I don't want to hit the main body. Oh god. I was so worried I might accidentally kill the main body. After how much time we spent trying to get 95 of the balls killed. Oh, sweet. We're on 80. Well, 79. Target 80. The 95th ball will be target 96. Because, of course, the big enemy, it counts as one. One thing this is actually teaching me, and it's kind of been subconscious up till now, is the attack range on the club is a bit longer than I thought it was. I mean, I said that and then immediately missed, so... But like, that attack, I would have guessed that it would miss had I not already been attacking this enemy so many times. I kind of got a feel for where it is. That's interesting to me. There is something to be said about repetitive tasks. Sometimes they do help you learn. Oh my god, I thought I would hit that one. I missed again. That sometimes grinding a repetitive task out is a good way to learn, like, very specific details. No! God, I'm heartbroken. We killed him with, like, only needing to spawn 10 or 15 more balls. I am heartbroken. Well, we are definitely not doing this again, so I guess the mystery of what you would get for killing 95 of the balls will go unanswered for now. That's one where I can't even be mad at... Well, I mean, I can be mad at myself. When I got the game over to the mimics, I was angry at the game because I think the mimics are a bad design. But there, I can't be mad at anyone but myself because I made a really stupid mistake and I did it twice in one fight. And that led to me screwing myself over. Oh well. Yeah. Wait, I don't remember. Did we already visit the item room for this floor? I think we might have, but I'm not sure. We were in that fight for so long that maybe we did, maybe we didn't. If I had to guess, I would guess not, but I have no confidence in that. No, I was just barely out of its range. But yeah, against enemies like these, part of the trick to hitting them is trying to predict their movement. Because typically, if you try to hit them where they're standing, they will move before your swing goes off. So it's more about lining up your attack for where you think they will be after they finish moving. Oh my god, the collision staggered us. Okay. I'm so sad about that. It's fine. Wait. Stupid question. Did I come from the top or bottom? I don't remember which way I was walking. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was coming from north, heading south. Of course, because I came back, I have to fight these guys again. Oh, it's different guys. That, I mean, might be worse. No, the stagger. Look at how far away it got before I attacked because of how much I got staggered. These guys moving fast is a genuine issue. The blue iguanas. Oh, but a crit one-shot him, I think. Haha. I predicted the jump would come near me. This jump, next one will come near me, right? Nope. Oh. Okay, this next one, right? No. Why is he... Okay. I guess there's a fair amount of variance in how many jumps he can take before he comes close. I thought Didn't think there was, but I learned my lesson. Anyway, we're headed south now. And according to the right-hand rule, our hand should be on the west wall. Turn right to make it on the north wall. I'm still so sad that I screwed up that mixed man fight. I can't believe it. No, it's more planned. I thought they were limited to floors 11 to 20. Guess not. Oh, cool. Crit gets this a one shot. Alright. So now we have a question. Are the stairs north of here? If so, do we need to backtrack to look for the item room, or did I already find it? I honestly don't remember. I'm going to backtrack and check at least to the right of here, because we turned left at an intersection. If the item room is not immediately to the right on this path, then I'll go up the stairs, and if I missed it, I missed it. Yeah, okay. Here's the elevator. Okay, well. Yeah, if I missed the item room, I missed the item room. Oh well. I should make a note though that it was floor 32, since we can always come back to the floor once we beat the next boss. It's interesting that we fought the plants in the exact same room twice. I wonder if maybe like the encounter option, like the encounter table, is dependent at least in part on like what kind of room you are in. Like maybe with this being a corner room, the plants are more likely to spawn. Don't know if that's true, but it would make sense. Anyway, we're going up to floor 33. And I do want to make a note to recheck floor 32 in case I did miss the item room on here. I honestly don't remember either way. Man, I'm still so sad about that Mixman enemy. I'm genuinely worried that we missed out on making a cool discovery. Like, maybe he would have given us his super tool. Oh well. I mean, it's not that big a deal, but still. Dead end, okay. So we had two T intersections with paths to the left. The right-hand rule will take us down the top one first. I think I remember this floor layout. I think I remember this map actually. Just not well enough to know exactly where I want to go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we encountered this on like somewhere around floor 15 or so. Oh, cool! We got two rare treasure or rare trading cards on one floor. Oh, we don't have any tool? Interesting. I hate that it won't let me select this just to like bring up my other option, even if I can't switch to it. Oh god, 75, 69, 32? That is plus 20, plus 8, plus 2. That is an insane boost. So yeah, we would definitely want to switch to this once we have both a super tool and regular tool in our inventory. We obviously don't have either right now, but once we find both or we go back to the police station and pull them out of our storage, we'll be switching to that armor and moving the auto potion over to it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I definitely remember this map because I remember that there was a dead end. So we hit the storage chest, go past it one screen, double back. Then we go to this other T intersection. Reason I remember this was one where if you use the left-hand rule, you would go down this intersection first. And then you would explore like the entire map without finding the item. And I think I actually did that. And it was one of the reasons I switched to the right-hand roll instead of the left-hand roll. But yeah. Somebody, who was it? I think it was the Schremer Dureski, mentioned the idea of a no-hit run in this game, and I would love to give that a shot. But there's a few enemies in the game I just don't know how to deal with if you try. Most enemies, I at least understand how you could kill them without getting hit. But there's a handful where I just genuinely have no idea what you would do. But I mean, that could be fun, maybe. Maybe that's like, you experiment and learn. Actually, that would be cool. This no gun run has definitely taught me a lot about how to fight enemies, how to dodge, stuff like that. So yeah, maybe. Maybe that is what I'll do next. I wonder. Yeah, the first enemy that comes to mind that I don't know how to deal with would be the dogmen on day 3. Those guys, I genuinely don't know how you can beat without ever getting hit, other than just getting lucky. Because they have that purple AoE attack, and I don't know how to avoid it. I have seen it just seem to miss outright, and I don't know what causes that, but that might be something you can do, where you don't dodge it, you just, like, negate it somehow. But then there would be, okay, nope, we're not killing the balls again. But then, like, some of the bosses also, I don't know how you would deal with. The worms and central perk would be difficult, but I think I can see how you would do it. Trying to think other bosses. Shiva, totally doable, yeah. That I don't think would be too bad. What other day bosses are there? The alligator on the first day, that one I think would give me a lot of trouble. Then again, I don't know. I remember it had an energy attack that fires out in waves. That one I think you can dodge with some practice fairly reliably. But the melee attack, I think, was the one I could never figure out how to dodge. Anyway, we're up to floor 34. Trying to think of... Yeah, all the enemies I can think of are optional or random encounters. For instance, the Dogman boss in day 3, I don't know how you would deal with him. For the same reason as the regular Dogman enemies mostly. But you can just straight up avoid that fight if you want. The worm fight in Central Park would definitely be tricky. Any of the final fights would be tricky. The centipede... Yeah, I don't know how you do the centipede. I think with enough reloads you could do it, but I think you would probably need good RNG. Wait. Is this back to the stairs? No, it's not. Okay. For a second, I thought I was back to the entrance of the floor. Was worried. Yeah, the spider boss in the hospital I think would be totally doable. Yeah, like that attack there just so reminds me. You'd have some fights in the hospital, not the boss, but just other fights which might be difficult. Now, of course, if you did a New Game Plus mode, you could have like really high stats and just one-shot most enemies. That would make it pretty easy. Hmm. Oh God, I just had this hilariously stupid idea. No hit run of the Chrysler building. Imagine having to go up 10 floors between save points and then kill a boss without ever getting hit. That would be so dumb. Because like that would be dumb because it wouldn't even be all that hard in terms of like raw skill or execution. It would mostly be hard just in terms of endurance. To go 10 floors without screwing up, basically. Dear God. This floor seems huge. Am I missing something? I was sure we. Oh wait, I think we went up a floor at some point, and I wasn't thinking about it. Well, that was easy. Yeah, I'm genuinely at the point where I don't remember if we visited the item room on this floor or not. I didn't think so, but it's possible I'm wrong. Is that a dead end? Yeah. Okay. By the way, I believe there will be 3 mimics in these 10 floors. And I don't know if they'll all be in separate floors or if one fight will have 2 mimics. So I am worried about treasure rooms. And there may come a point where I decide to stop opening treasure chests until we kill the boss. I think floor 34 is fine, but if we get to like floor 38, I might be like, okay, we don't want to take the risk of dying to mimics, so I'm gonna stop opening chests until we finish the boss zone. Alright, but 34. Yeah, to be fair, we don't even want most of the loot that's in the treasure chest since we don't really care about guns. So we could also just skip treasure chests because of that. So yeah, if this is stairs up, then I'm just taking them. Dear God, this floor is huge. I thought no floor could be more than 6 by 6, which is at most 36 spaces. But I swear this one feels like it's larger. I wonder if maybe 6 by 6 is like for the lower floors, and then as you go up the tower, they can get larger? I'm not sure. I'd be surprised, but it is possible. Okay. I'm so bad. I'll be honest, I'm thinking about anything but the battle right now, so that's at least part of why I'm playing that. Just barely out of range. Okay, so each one's been hit once, so one more hit on either will kill it. There's one hit, and then we miss again. No! We're just barely out of range. Alright. I don't need more medicine freeze right now. I'm guessing there's going to be a mimic in this room because, to be honest, at this point, there's like a 50-50 chance. Hold it. The question is, will there be two mimics? I hope not. By the way, that's one of the things that genuinely annoys me about mimics, is they can attack you at the very start of the battle before you have a chance to like do anything. To me, that's nonsense. Okay. That said, now that we know the attack patterns of these, I feel much more confident fighting them. Anytime it does that lunge, that tells you it's going to use the single direction attack. So all you need to do is sidestep. And if it doesn't use the lunge, then it can only do the AoE attack, which means as long as you aren't close to it, you're fine. And of course, why that matters is the lunge attack is how it gets close to you. So basically, keep your distance from the mimic and you're totally fine, unless he uses the lunge attack, or the lunge movement right before an attack. And then in that case, you know he's going to use a single direction attack, so just sidestep and you'll be fine. So. Hopefully I moved the mic fast enough. I coughed and was afraid I'd cough right into the mic. But yeah, anyway, I still think the mimics are bad design, just in terms of how high their damage is, given how low they can appear in the building. That said, now that I've fought them a few times, I think they're totally manageable. So, I think they're bad design in terms of raw numbers, and like, I don't think an enemy that can appear on floor 11 should deal more damage than the boss of floor 40. Well, 30. We haven't gotten 40 yet. But, other than that, I actually think they're a fine design. Basically, I wish they would have had, like, different level mimics. Actually, that would have been cool. Like, if the mimic on floor 11 was a weaker version, and then on floor, you know, what it was, that 35, it's a stronger version. That could be cool. Oh my god. By the way, eventually enemy damage will get high enough that we can't just kind of mindlessly tank it. And I'm thinking that'll happen after the next boss. I'm thinking like once we get to floor 40 and above, we'll actually have to start making a much bigger effort to dodge attacks. Especially with Squirrel. I haven't fought them in a long time, but I vaguely remember squirrels being a huge pain if you don't have a gun. Actually, I think they're a pretty big pain even if you do have a gun. Yeah. I'm not sure offhand. By the way, I did beat the Chrysler building without a gun, like 5 years ago or more. So this isn't my first time doing this challenge. But it's been a long time, so my memory is hazy. I did take notes, and I even posted them to a message board. If you do a search on GameFAQs, you can find a topic I made about this very challenge run. I cringe reading it because I don't like how I wrote back then. I don't think it was like awful or anything, but now I don't want to say I was full of myself back then, but I was definitely more, what would you call it, self-aggrandizing? I mispronounced it, I think, but basically I hyped myself up more than I should have. Lack of modesty or humility. was like super awful, but I definitely feel like, oh, come on, why did you say that? No, I wanted to hit the other one, not... Ah. By the way, Pat, I've said this before, in the main game, genuinely one of my least favorite enemies for this challenge run. I could not, for the longest time, figure out how to reliably dodge them and hit them. I did eventually start to figure it out, and right now I'm just being lazy and not actively working at it. So the reason I'm struggling right now is not, oh, they're just that difficult. It's partially they are one of the hardest enemies in the game to like reliably dodge and hit with a melee weapon. But it's also just I'm not focused, I'm not locked in. And that's, to be honest, partially because I just know I can take their damage, so it's hard to care. I'm putting a lot of effort into dealing with a random encounter. Hard for me to do when I know I can just face tank the damage. Oh my god, I don't want to fight more cats, please. Thank god. Oh wait, there's still one cat, but it's only one. Not that the blue iguanas are too much better. I'd say before, like, just easily killing them. No, I got into the collision space. If I hadn't taken collision damage then and got staggered, I think I might have been able to hit it and kill it with that one attack. Oh well. Sure, we'll take more medicine 3s just in case. I'm pretty sure we don't need anywhere near as many as we have. But I have no idea what the next boss is. I think floor 50 is the Triceratops, maybe? And then floor 40 would be what? No, I was about to say the spider boss, but we fought her on floor 10. And I don't even think it was a her this time. I think it was actually a he or just non-humanoid. Yeah, I genuinely don't know who the boss of floor 40 is. I know there's a boss on 40, 50, 60, 70, 77. The Triceratops is 1. The Queen Bee is on 70. The final boss is on 77. Then there's cockroaches, which I believe are on 60. Which would mean Triceratops is either 50 or 40. Not sure which. Unless the cockroaches are on 50 and something else is on 60? I don't think so. Yeah, believe it or not, there's not a lot of amazing documentation on Chrysler building. You know, people haven't spent a lot of time documenting all the little details of a game mode that's this tedious. And when there's that chest there, I still think there's chest there. Alright, if I'm not mistaken, the other one may be a mimic as well. We'll find out. You see how I just immediately got hit? I think that is pretty nonsensical. I don't think you should be able to take a hit before the fight effectively has begun. But it's fine. Now that we kind of get how the fight works, I'm much more comfortable, even if some aspects of it aren't amazing. Definitely doable. Alright. Now, what would really suck is if there were 2 mimics on one floor and you fought them at the same time, but I guess that's not the case. Okay. So since there wasn't another mimic here, we've only fought 2 mimics between floors 31 and 40, which tells me there's going to be another treasure room with a mimic in it. The way I know that is between floors 1 and 10, there was 1 mimic. Between floors 11 and 20, there were 2. And now between floors Or between floors 21 and... Oh, no, I screwed that up. Sorry. Between floors 1 and 10, there were 0 mimics. Between floors 11 and 20, there was 1 mimic. Between floors 21 and 30, there were 2 mimics. And then between floors 31 and 40, there will be 3 mimics. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Is this a dead end? Yeah. Okay. I don't know what it is, but there's something about dead ends where if I feel like you can tell just by how like the screen looks when you enter them sometimes. I guess it's the zoom level and the angle are a bit different between a dead end room and like a corner room. But I think the just flat left right rooms with nothing in them, or even maybe the... No, that can't be the elevator or storage rooms. Those look different. But yeah, there can be left-right hallways with nothing in them, and I think they look the same as dead-end rooms do. And no, that's not at all important unless, for some god-forsaken reason, you were to decide to do a speed run, then maybe it would be. And yes, I'm still thinking about the possibility of doing a speed run of the Chrysler building. It's stupid, but it's just so silly that it might be funny. And the joke I made to someone else is it could be worth doing as a challenge just because it's the only speed run I know I would win. In most games, I'm so bad at speedrunning, I could never hope to set a record. But if I find a speedrun that nobody else would do, then simply by doing it, no matter how bad a job I do, I would guarantee that I would hold the record. The joke, of course, is it doesn't matter how slow you are. If you're the only person in the race, you are guaranteed to win it. Oh my god, I hate that frickin' attack! Oh, he turned left instead of going right like I thought. Okay. Yeah, we don't need more medicine threes. I wonder if at some point the enemies only drop medicine fours. By the way, I have no idea what the next boss is. I think Triceratops is on floor 50, so I don't know what would be on floor 40. But even if it, like, whichever one it is on 40, the bigger thing is I don't know what its stats will be like. The last boss in his first phase, we turned around, didn't we? No, there's... Oh my god, there could be 2 treasure rooms on 1 floor? I didn't know that was possible. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I had no idea you could find 2 treasure rooms on 1 floor. Okay. Well, that changes things. Yeah, I don't remember seeing any maps that showed 2 treasure rooms. I'm intrigued. Anyway, I completely... Oh! Yeah, the last boss during its first phase had an attack that was hitting for like over 150 damage a go, and it was attacking quite fast. So there is a part of me that is worried we will not actually be able to kill the next. That said, with the 4 rare cards we have in our inventory, I think we will be up to 8 the next time we go to the police precinct. And I believe we need 10 to get the first reward and then 12 to get the second reward. If that's true, then we probably won't be able to get either reward until we do floors 41 through 50. The reward, as I understand it, is once you get 10 cards, you get a toolbox, which gives you infinite regular tools. And once you get to 12 cards, you get the super toolbox, which is infinite super tools. And then you'll still wind up with 2 rare cards left that you can collect, which you can't turn in for anything other than slots on the equipment. Yeah, once we get the toolbox and have infinite regular tools, we can break down all of those extra weapons we've been holding and clear up our storage space a ton. And then once we get super tools, we can move things around however we want. Alright, and that will be floor 36 finished. We are on floor 37. But I need to use the bathroom. Actually, no, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna do one more floor and then I'll try using. And then I'll see. Mostly because I'm still intrigued by the fact there were 2 storage rooms, and I want to keep my memory of that last floor fresh. Because I thought each floor could only be a 6x6 grid at the largest. After that last couple floors, I think maybe the size grows as you go up in the tower, because I could have sworn we just had 2 floors in a row that were at least 7x7, not 6x6. And my fear is if I walk away from the computer, my memory of the last few floors will fade and it'll be harder to get an intuitive grasp of how the current floor compares to them. I don't want to fight Cat! Like, genuinely, when I was back in the main game, I said these were my least favorite enemy. That actually went smoother than I expected. Can we get one more hit in quickly? Okay. Oh my god, that went so smooth. I mean, it wasn't anywhere near perfect, but compared to my normal cat fight, that was great. I'm happy. Okay. Yeah, I've had times where it took me like 20 swings to kill 2 cats. And this is after like a fair bit of practice from doing multiple melee only runs. I know what was it, like 2 weeks ago when I did my first melee only run in years, which is only like the second I've done in my life. I think it took me like 5 to 10 minutes to kill 1 cat. It was so bad. Anyway, we are still following the right hand rule. So we put our right hand on the wall, follow it over. That goes from east wall, turns left. Our hand is on the north wall. We keep following it. Gets us to the elevator. Okay, so far the right hand rule has only steered us wrong on 2 out of 37 floors. And actually I take it back. It steered us wrong on 1 of the floors. And then on another floor, it just wasn't very good. Like on another floor, the left-hand rule would have worked better. But on 1 floor, we actually were on an island where the right-hand rule just didn't work. And I think that is the only floor that can possibly spawn where that would happen. Because the only way that happens is if the entrance or exit is on an island. And that is very uncommon. Ooh, a Maverick. Another shotgun. Ugh. Wish I could trade in those cards, but whatever. Sure, I'll throw it on that one since there's no other mods. Do I even have any tools? Yeah, I do. Okay. So I just want to check what that actually was. Maverick has burst, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. This is amazing. If I was using guns in this run, this would be the best find I could possibly get. The MP, I don't know if there's any other guns with it, but the MP5A5, I believe is the first time in the entire game you can get this. Burst makes it so your attacks deal AoE damage. You can hit multiple enemies if they're close enough together. This, you just hit all enemies no matter what. Yeah, once you put that on a gun, you basically can target just any enemy you want and you'll clear the entire screen if you have enough damage. It's also really, really good against certain bosses. I think it's actually bad against the final boss of this dungeon though, weirdly enough. But the reason I say it's good against a number of bosses is there are a couple bosses where there are multiple enemies. Like the cockroach boss has two parts, and you have to kill both parts within a short window of one another, otherwise they will respawn. So obviously being able to hit both at the same time makes that pretty easy. Another one, the boss of floor 70 is a queen bee, and it basically summons little bees that will both attack and heal depending on which one it is. So be able to hit those and kill them while also hitting the main body, very useful. But then I think when you get to the final boss of this dungeon, it summons a little like clone of itself that if you hit will cause it to heal itself. So against the final boss of this dungeon, I think you actually want to remove any AoE effect. Burst, attack all, random fire, whatever, and make sure you have single target damage. I think that's right. It's been quite a while since I fought the boss though, so I could be remembering it wrong. But yeah, if I remember right, that was actually a big trick with the last boss of this dungeon. Is if you don't realize how it works, it can just out-heal your damage unless you're really strong. The idea being the devs expected you to have AoE effects on your weapon, because why wouldn't you? So for the final boss, they put that little gimmick in to punish you for it. Anyway, we are on floor 38, and we're still following the right-hand rules, seems to be treating us well. I did just have a thought. On the last floor, we found an item room, so when I saw the stairs, I took them. But we discovered on floor 36, I think it was, that there can be multiple item rooms on one floor. So just finding one item room doesn't actually mean that we should take the stairs. There might be some argument to explore floors more thoroughly. I don't think I'm going to do it because that just sounds so tedious, but it's definitely a thing that's worth considering. I guess if nothing else, what you could do is you could look at a list of what items you can potentially find for every 10 floors. And then after you finish those floors and defeat the boss, get the elevator key, you could look at the list and be like, did I miss any items? And if so, are they any of them ones I want? And then if so, you could go back to the floors and look for them. Speaking of which, Club 5, the final club, and one we definitely want, is not available to floor 61 to 70. I believe the best armor we can use is also on floor 61 to 70. So realistically, we could probably skip all of the item rooms and not miss out on much. Because like the two pieces of equipment we'll be using at the end of this dungeon will be on those last few sets of floors. So we probably don't need any of the stuff from the earlier floors. That said, getting items sooner may help us get up those floors. Oh, here's the third mimic. Is it going to be nonsense and attack us before we can move? Yes. That is such nonsense. I hate it. Oh well. At least now that we understand how mimics work, they're pretty manageable. But I still say it's bull that they can hit you at the start of the battle before you've had a chance to do anything. Also, oh god, I'm genuinely afraid. The reason I said I'm genuinely afraid is I was at 410 health there. I think the Mimic is actually capable of dealing that much damage on a high roll. So yeah, if we had got hit one more time, I think there was a chance we die, and I don't actually have a revive on me. Which I didn't even realize until just now. Oh god. I used the revive against the centipede boss, I think it was, and then I never picked up another one from storage. Oh yeah, that's a problem. Usually I feel pretty confident because I know even if I screw up, I'll have, a revive sitting there to resurrect me at least one time. Now, I don't have that. I'm okay. This is definitely worrying. All right. We have one tool. The problem is we want a super tool because I want a super tool to move this auto potion over. I think it'd be to XP armor, right? 75, 69, 32. Yeah, yeah. SP armor is just quickly better than KV armor here. So yeah, if we had the super tool, I would move the auto potion over and then move the stats over. But right now, I'm not going to move the stats over because I don't want to lose the auto potion. Yeah, it is interesting how you can find an armor that is just strictly worse than armor you found 5 floors below. And it's because of RNG where the items get placed, but while I understand it, it's still just like, oh, that's weird, sort of thing. Yeah, we don't need more medicines, we have plenty. Man, this is so bad. Ever since I realized I don't have a revive, I've started getting nervous. The good news, I guess, is we did kill 3 mimics between floors 31 and 40, so that confirms there are no more mimics. We won't have to worry about any more of them. So, hey, no! So that's actually huge for us. Also, I still can't believe I accidentally killed the first mix man we came across after killing over 80 of those stupid balls. I still wanted to see what would happen if we killed all 95 of the balls, and I messed it up. I still want to know, though. Like, I'm sure it's nothing interesting, but I've never done it, and I've never seen anyone else do it. Okay, floor 38, is this the dead end, or is this where the stairs are? Well, apparently it's where a fight is. If it's a dead end and it's just this long a path, I'll actually be annoyed. Okay. I'm so glad we are still killing things in 2 hits. I am guessing that on the next set of floors that may stop being true. I'm trying to remember. I think the squirrels spawn on floor 51 and above, not 41 and above. I don't know for sure, but I vaguely remember them being very difficult to deal with. I think mostly they're just really hard to hit because I think they move around really fast. And then they have like a big laser attack, so I am afraid of them. By the way, the rules of this challenge are no gun, so I'm not restricting the use of magic. But I am going to try to beat the game, this whole building, without using Liberate. Liberate just seems to kind of trivialize the idea of a melee-only run, in that you don't ever need to get into melee range if you can just kill everything with a super OP magic attack. Also, God, it's a 3-cat fight. No, it moved. I am trying to focus on what I already hit. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was taking some extra hits and missing the chance, a few chances to attack. Because I wanted to specifically focus on the damaged one so we could kill it first. Yeah. It turns out dodging that fireball attack is a bit easier than I used to think. I used to think it was like very difficult, if not impossible. Now I think it's just difficult. Not. What I was gonna say, there's very specific ways you can dodge it that are easy to do if you are in position to do them and you like have it in your mind exactly what to do. One of the ones that I'm most intrigued by, and I haven't really tested it, is I believe if you stand close enough to the cat when it uses the fireball attack, you can avoid the fireballs without even moving. Because I think the fireballs will spawn kind of like behind you and then try to do a loop and miss. That might not be right though. You might have to like sidestep slightly when they first come out. I would need to test it a while to see exactly how it works, but I'll be honest, even if we missed the treasure floor on this one before getting to the stairs, I might... Wait, no. Did we already... I don't remember. Did we already do the treasure room on floor 39, or am I thinking floor 38? I think I'm thinking of floor 38. I honestly don't know. That's terrible. Anyway, what I was going to say is, honestly, I think even if we missed it, we'll just go up the stairs anyway. And then if I care, I can always go back to floor 39 to... You know, after I've beaten the boss and I have the elevator key, and there are no more random encounters. Ah! Now the blue iguanas, I haven't quite figured out how to kill. Yeah, I think those fireballs actually do spawn a little bit in front of the cat. So if they're standing close enough, they will miss. The problem is if they're standing close enough, it'll probably use its melee attack instead. So for that to be like a viable strategy, I think what you'd have to do is see that he's going to use the fireball attack and then move in. But there, you just saw that maybe I'm wrong. I was standing right in front of it and I did get hit. So maybe there is like a small side step you have to do to make it work. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, if I ever do try a no-hit run, I'll have to like genuinely practice things like that, not just think about them as I'm doing the fight. Anyway, really another fight? Anyway, what I was gonna say is we are following the right hand rule. And since we're headed south, that means our right hand would be on the west wall. Oh my god. I don't want to fight Cat. By the way, these are dealing surprisingly good damage. I think they're the only regular enemies we've been fighting that deal respectable damage so far. The mimics are the only enemies we face that deal more damage. Of course, they're a whole other thing. And yeah, we were standing right in front of it and we did get hit. So I think it must be like you need a small gap between you and the cat, and then you like move slightly to one side and that'll dodge the fireball. I don't know, I only did it once or twice, so I don't know exactly how to do it. Ah, no! I got just close enough that we took collision damage. That staggered me, so I didn't get the attack off in time. Please, game, don't make me fight more cats. I would honestly rather fight a mimic than a cat. It's that bad. The mimic is way scarier in terms of damage, but it is much easier to navigate the fight. Dead end. Hopefully this isn't a dead end. That would so much. It's not okay. Yeah, it really does seem like these last few maps have been bigger than 6x6. I know at least some of the maps can only be 6x6, no larger, but I wonder if maybe the farther you go up the building, the bigger some of the maps can be. That's the only thing I can think of. Wait, oh my god, maybe I was wrong. I said that we knew there wasn't a mimic. So that means one of two things. Either one, I was wrong and I had only killed 2 mimics, not 3, like I thought. Oh my god, I can't believe I failed to dodge that. Either I had killed 2 mimics between floors 31 and 40, not 3 like I thought, or I'm wrong about how many mimics that can spawn. I thought the number of possible mimics just increased by 10 every time you went up a set of floors. Or, wait. I said that wrong then. I thought the number of mimics increased by 1 for every 10 floors you went up. But it may actually be that they can go up by more than that. So, like, instead of going up by 1, it may have gone up by 2. That's the only explanation other than I just miscounted as to why I would fight a mimic here. Granted, it's quite possible that I did miscount. Yeah, there's the trick of fighting mimics. Stay far enough away that the AoE attack they can use won't hit you. And then if they dash at you, just be able to sidestep. Because after the dash, their next attack will be a single direction attack. So as long as you move a little bit to the side, you should be fine. Okay. You know what? I don't know. I only have 8 medicine 3s. Never mind. But still, yeah, let's do it. What I was debating there is I like to leave at least one chest open. Oh, yeah, I used the medicine 3, picked up the medicine 3, that's fine. Anyway, I don't like to leave every chest in a room closed, because then if for some reason I were to return to that room, I wouldn't know for sure that I had been to that room. Whereas if at least one chest is already open, that's a visual indicator that clearly says, yeah, you've been here before. Anyway, oh god, I'm so nervous about this next fight. Not having a revive makes me scared. Yeah, my PE isn't even full. Oh wait, that's right. There will be fights before the next boss, so I can look to refill my PE in them. Yeah, sometimes the cat fights go smooth and it seems pretty easy. And then other times you'll see me spend like 10 attacks to hit him one time. Okay. Yeah, there I think I missed what, one time? Yeah, I definitely sometimes that makes the cats seem easier than they are. And when I say I do, I don't mean like I do because I'm that good. I mean I do because RNG means sometimes it'll work out well. Ah, no! I don't want to fight cats. Give me mimics instead. No, it moved the opposite direction of what I expected. Okay. Ah. Okay, either I'm starting to get better at fighting them, or I've just gotten lucky in the last couple fights, because those last two fights went way smoother than usual. Yeah, I definitely don't want to jinx it. If I die to the next boss, it is going to be so disappointing. We are on floor 40 though. Hmm. A small part of me is still tempted to kill 95 of those balls just to see what happens. To be honest, if I wasn't streaming or recording, I probably would. Just out of morbid curiosity. Wait, needed you. I wonder how many bonus points we've actually earned on these 10 floors. On the last 10 floors, we earned, what was it, like 1,200 or 500, 1,500 bonus points, somewhere in that ballpark. But the enemies on these last 10 floors have been a lot harder to dodge, so I really don't know. It's a weird thing because they've been harder to dodge, but they're also stronger enemies, so they might be worth more. Oh no, I thought he was jumping toward me, but he jumped a little out of range. Okay. Caught him right as he was coming down. Nice. Yeah, I really wish I would have grabbed this super tool from the storage chest at the NYPD before coming here. I would be able to switch my armors if I had, and it wouldn't be a huge thing, but it would give me a decent little defense boost. Yeah, I have a couple tools, so I should probably use one on one of these guns. Yeah. Another tool? Okay, yeah. We'll definitely use one of these tools to free up inventory space. Ooh, full cure. Yeah, I hate that there's full cure and full restore. My mind is not good at understanding, like, intuitively which one is, uh, which one heals HP and which one heals status ailments. Oh wait, no, that's the one we definitely want to get rid of since it has no effects on it. Sure, oh yeah. For now, we'll consume this one. Yeah, no added effects means it's basically worthless. And we'll go ahead and pick up a couple cure or medicine trees. See, even now, like I know they're called medicine trees, but my mind just calls them cure trees. It doesn't help that you have medicine, heal, and cure as three separate things. Well, we found an item room. Here's an elevator. We are on the boss floor, so Let's see. We have to find the boss first, of course. Huh. I think plants were on like floors 11 to 20, so I'm surprised to still see them this high up. Also, I'm a little surprised that it takes 2 hits to kill them if we don't crit. Given how early they appeared in the building, I'm a little surprised they have that much HP relative to some of the other enemies we fought. Is this a dead end? Nope. Okay. So yeah, the dead ends look the same as just corridors that only go left or right. This could be the boss room. I'm not sure. We'll find out. Nope. Okay. Yeah, these floors definitely seem to get bigger the farther up you go in the building. Wait, does this bring me back to that one intersection? Okay, no. I thought maybe this would have brought us back to the cross intersection we had been to before. Alright. Boss fight time? I do really need to go to the bathroom though. So I will be back in just like 2 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, grab a soda, and then I'll be ready to fight. But yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything I need to do or want to do. Nah. Yeah, so that's actually one thing I want to do. I need to like change my AFK screen so it looks better. That's just plain text and I hate how it looks. I'm not artistic at all, so like making aesthetically pleasing things is not in my wheelhouse. That said, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Blah, blah, blah. I have no idea what this boss might be, and I am nervous. Give me one more second to just refill my cup. I'm very thirsty from how much I've been talking. I'm also a little warm from the heat in my room. So a cold soda with admittedly a bit of vodka, yes. Sounds wonderful. Mm. Oh my god, ow! I can't open this. Yeah. Okay, this is embarrassing. I have never been more glad in my life that I don't have a webcam on. Oh, thank God. I had to open a new bottle of Coke, well, Coke Zero, because my last one ran out. And I genuinely couldn't open the cap for a minute there. I had to like go grab a cloth to give myself better grip, not grip strength. What do you call that? Like when you increase the friction so you can get a better grip. Wait, is it just grip? No, I don't know. Basically, where you get it so your hand doesn't slip. I guess that would be grip. Ignore me. I'm stupid. I don't know what I'm saying. And remember, I don't have a revive, so I am... Okay, I was right. This is the Triceratops boss. Okay. So yeah, that means I don't know what the 450 boss would be. Oh, I thought I had moved far enough to the side, but I was wrong. Okay, so the first phase of this boss shouldn't be too bad, because he basically just walks around a lot. But that charge attack is a big issue. And since I don't have a revive, I have to be very mindful of how much damage I can take. Let's have taste, see if that will help us dodge this next attack. No, it did not. Okay. Oh, that's right. We do have auto potion. I totally forgot. Okay, that is big. Having auto potion will help a ton. I would love to have a revive, but at least we have one form of automatic healing. Okay, so he's not coming at us, so let's do the armor swap trick. So what I was thinking about is, since I don't have revive as an item, we should make sure we keep up free raise at all times. And that'll serve a similar... Oh my god, I just need to heal though. Oh my god, that's so annoying. But yeah, if we can keep free raise up at all times, that'll serve a similar purpose to having a revive item, but if he keeps dashing, it's going to be hard to ever set up revive. Notice I did manage to dodge one of the dashes. Both for the dashes and for the lightning. If you move at the right diagonal angle, it is possible to dodge them, but it can be pretty strict. And yeah, right now we're not even trying to hit it. Right now we're just trying to set up our healing. Wait, we went to 135 and auto potion didn't kick in? Okay. Oh, that's right. It kicks in at 20% HT, and 20% of 600 is 120. Okay. Oh my god, this is gonna suck so much. I forgot how obnoxious that charge attack actually is. And then the fact it's just so difficult to dodge that lightning does not help. Yeah, we might just actually straight up die on stats. That's weird. Okay. There we go. We dodged one of the charges. And we did get one attack in after the lightning, so we actually made a little progress in that regard. But we just died. Oh wait, I had a revive? What? I could have sworn I didn't have one. Have I been panicking that whole time over nothing? Maybe. Alright, well. Yeah, his damage is just so high that I don't know that we're gonna make this. God, I do not want to... I really don't want to have a loss at the end of a stream, but if I do lose, there's no way I can do these 10 pulls again tonight. Yeah, oh god. Okay, so that healed us. Okay, pre-raise. That's what I was saving my energy for. Oh, it's okay. So he's hitting me for 180. Cure threes or medicine threes are healing me for 180. So that's a something. Oh my god! Then he just okay. Let's see if we have enough time. I don't know if we do. If we die here, I will have to level up to 33 or 34 before redoing this fight. Mostly so I have better energy regeneration. But also I might just have to use Liberate. We'll see. Oh, wait. Okay. We got the first phase down. It died, or that first phase went way faster than I thought it would. Okay. This might be doable then? Oh, shoot, that has me worried. Okay. I don't know how it's gonna act here. Yeah, okay. So we managed to avoid the lightning that time. Ow! Took contact damage, but it's fine. Okay. No! Oh, I was just out of range of the attack hitting. Okay. We have to do the armored trick because my energy is not regenerating anywhere near fast enough right now. I think, yeah. Oh no! I was in the right spot to dodge and then I walked into the lightning. That's so bad. But no, I had been standing in the exact right spot to dodge and then I walked into the lightning. Oh my god. Part of me wants to say, how am I this bad? But the explanation is just, I don't fight this often, so I haven't had a lot of practice. Yeah. See, that time I didn't get hit. Once you know the exact spot to stand and you get some practice in, dodging the lightning is pretty easy. But actually learning what the exact right spot is and practicing, not easy. Think it's right here will be fine? Yeah. Oh no. Oh wait. This version of the boss has two. I didn't know that. See how this lightning is here and this lightning is here? I think it actually has two little prongs of lightning, unlike the normal one boss did. If so, that's really interesting, and I had no idea. That would explain why it seems so much harder to dodge. I thought it was just rusty or something. Let's go ahead and use our... Oh no, that cures status ailments. Oh shoot, I don't have another curative item. I think we might just die here. But let's use Cure 2 to hedge our bet. Okay. Ah! So yeah, the Cure 2 turned out not to be necessary to survive, but I am not mad that I used it. Oh my god, that was intense. Oh my god, I did not think we were going to make it. Yeah, I mean, at the end there I did still have pre-raise up, so I still had another shot. But before I got pre-raise up, man, I did not think I was going to get there. Wow. Oh, okay. Sorry, I just say take a breather. Yeah, if there were a couple times where I managed to dodge one of the charges, which is very tricky to do. And I mean, it was half chance, half kind of roughly knowing what to do. But if I hadn't made those dodges, I am pretty sure I would have died. Like, I think one or two more hits was all it would have taken in the first place for me to die. Also, I did get a couple quick hits in while trying to heal up. If I hadn't gone for those hits and forced the phase change, I would have definitely died because the first phase was the more dangerous one because it was using those charges all the time. But also notice I used literally every healing item I had. I dropped at one point down below 200 health without having a revive or pre-raise on me. Actually, I think it was below 180 health. So I was like one, maybe two attacks away from dying in that battle. And I think that was true more than once. So, wow. That, okay. Wow. That was definitely worse than I thought it would be in terms of how difficult it was. But I enjoyed it. It was a blast. Like that was probably my favorite fight of this entire run. Easily my favorite fight of the entire Chrysler building. I don't know if any of the fights in the base game were more fun than that. Like that fight actually had me genuinely worked up. My nerves were so racked. I genuinely thought I was dead. Wow. Okay. Yes, thank God. I need the elevator. I need to get to a save point. I'm just so afraid I'll somehow mess up and get myself killed. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. Okay, I am gonna do a bit of like housekeeping, tidy up my inventory, get rid of items, stuff like that. But that's gonna be it for me for the stream other than minor stuff. I can't fight any more enemies. That took too much out of me. How much XP do we need for another level? Yeah, we need a ton of experience, so I can't. If we only need a little bit, I would have gone and leveled up real fast. But wow. Okay. Uh, gotta say that boss, with how close it was, makes me super nervous for the rest of the Chrysler building. I do not know how easy or hard the rest of it will be, but I'm definitely nervous. The fact that I very nearly died on floor 40 to a boss. Ugh. I still have 30 more floors worth of enemies and bosses, and then I have the final boss. So, can we do it without the liberate spell? I don't know. Now, mind you, if I had the liberate spell and I had just brought like 3 revive items with me, that fight would have been a complete breeze because I would have just spammed liberate and let my items heal me. So, yeah. As difficult and exciting as that fight was, it can also just be made incredibly easy. But why wasn't he letting? Oh, I was selecting the weapon instead of the card. Yeah, I don't. I wish I didn't have to actually add a slot to an item to give him the card. I wish I could just give him the card for free. All right. No, I don't want. But yeah, I don't know why we have to give him the card, but it still lets us select these other things. That's confusing to me. Oh, well, it's fine. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look up what the floor 50 boss is because floor 60, I believe, is the cockroach. Floor 70 should be the queen bee. And I know both of those fights, but I don't know what the floor 50 boss would be. And after this last boss, I am genuinely afraid. The cockroach boss is the one I am most worried about, simply because I don't know that I can kill it. Literally. Not that it will kill me, I mean, I literally don't know if I am capable of killing it. So it'll be interesting. The cockroach boss has 2 parts. And if you kill one part while the other part is alive, it will resurrect the dead part. There is a delay between the death of one part and it getting resurrected, though. So I think what I can do is hit each part basically for the same amount of damage, get both parts really close to death. Then just hit one part, kill it, run over and hit the other part. That said, while I think that should be possible, actually keeping track of how much damage I deal to each part, especially since there can be like critical hits and misses, sounds like it could be a very difficult task. But anyway, no. How many rare cards have I given you? I think it's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so we need to give him 2 more cards, and then he will give us a toolbox, which we really want. Uh, yeah, and I'll worry about modifying my equipment tomorrow. My brain is fried. That fight just took everything out of me. So, actually, no, I should be able to do it. It's not like it's very difficult or anything. We definitely will take some cure threes, though. Or medicine threes, I guess. I honestly did not think we would go through all of our medicine threes. That blew my mind. I've had so many for so long that I've been throwing them away. Oops, why did I use it instead of moving it? Oops. But yeah, I had been throwing them away rather than picking them up. And then in that boss fight, I actually ran out. That's crazy. Whoa, and I barely have any in my inventory too? Okay. Nope, we're not going to take a bunch. I don't have enough in my storage to justify that, so instead I'll just take like 1. No, I think 2's fine. And then we'll try to steal more as we go up the floors. Oh wait, no, I just realized ow, keep hitting the wrong button. I need a super tool. And I think I have 1 left, or is it 2? I'm not sure. Oh, I have 3 left. Nice. Okay. Okay, but yeah, the adrenaline's wearing off. I'm starting to feel a little calmer now. Which one did I want? FT1, right? Yeah. Okay. Tune up. We need to transfer the auto potion. And we need to make sure we use the super tools so we don't disenchant the item. Then we can take this over, yeah. And now, see, if we would have had the super tool to do this while we were in the Chrysler building, would have been a different story. We would have had plus 20 physical defense, plus 8 magic defense. So those charge attacks would have been hitting us for, I think, 160 instead of 180. So yeah, not bothering to keep a super tool on us kind of punished us, made the fight harder. Interesting. Didn't really think about that before, but it's true. And then, yeah, we'll just take the stats from this one over. And I'm going to say that's it for me. I just need to run upstairs and save the game. And I'm going to. Oh, wait. Did I pick up Medicine 3 over here? No, I did not. Haha. The infinitely respawning chests came in handy. But yeah, I'm going to go save up in the. What do they call it? Not the pit, the den, the bull? I forget. The central area for the police detectives. There's a term for it, but I don't remember the name. But yeah, we'll save over here, and then I'm going to be done for the day. That boss fight genuinely worked me up, and I was already tired from all of the grinds, so it's kind of interesting, actually, the design of the Chrysler building. You get 10 floors of kind of monotony, and then you get this one big burst of adrenaline from a difficult fight. Definitely creates an interesting experience. I have thoughts on it in terms of game design, balance, or whatever, but for now, I can't talk about them. I am gonna hop off. To anyone who stopped by, chatted, lurked, or whatever, thank you for coming by. Anyone who sees this in a VOD on YouTube or anything else, hope you're having a good day. As for me, I'm tired, but I'm really happy. That was by far my favorite fight in a long time in this game. So, hope you all have a good day, and I'll see you when I see you. Bye.